Participating in multiple Nebraska high school activities has taught me the value of teamwork.
I learned how to be a strong leader among my peers.
We set goals as a team and work hard to accomplish them.
Tomorrow, the doors will open at 9 a.m. with wrestling beginning at 10. All wrestling tomorrow is going to be on 2 mats. Tomorrow it starts at 9 o'clock. A reminder that Odin Public Schools is a tobacco-free campus. Our schedule for today, we wrestle through the quarterfinals and first and second round wrestlebacks. We will take a break after quarterfinals and the wrestleback round, approximately 20 minutes today. Wrestling fans, are you ready? Today we start the quest for 161 special athletes that have a goal to be part of Class C's best 896 wrestlers. By tomorrow afternoon, we will narrow the field down from 161. Of those, 17 are rated to 56 state qualifiers. At this time, please stand. Parents, athletes, and coaches, you put it on. Wrestling on mat 2, Aiden Peel, Red Cloud, Austin Child, and Gordon-Rushville. You are on mat 2. And wrestling on mat 3, Carter Horner of Loumis, Bertrand versus
1, 2, 3.
Mitchell, good luck to him.
Heather. Quick pin. O'Neal we got. Going to be a lot of those this first round. weights are up there. That's helpful, so you know. Welcome, viewers, to Eagle Eye on Air here at the area of O'Neill, Nebraska. I am Kevin Young, and we are alongside Jennifer, who's going to help us out with some call of the mats as well. We are underway with round number 1 on 3 mats, as you can see. Just to orient you a little bit here, as you look across the mats there, numbered 1, 2, and 3. They'll have the score update. Mr. Peterson's taking care of that for you, so you can follow along with us as we call that. And then down below, you've got the running scroll of the matches that are coming up. So mat 1, the mat that's on currently, the one that's on deck, and then in the hole, if you will, for all 3 mats. We'll run 3 mats today. Tomorrow we'll break it down to 2, and that's a time restraint that we'll have that for. But we'll hopefully be bringing you some great action here from the C-4 at O'Neill, Nebraska. O'Neill has already dropped a first round match to Mitchell, was pinned by the he is the number 1 seed coming in the district. Jose Escanto was pinned Zachary Mitchell in period number 1, so that's what we can tell you for the Eagles. We'll also branch off and give you some other matches as we see those jump in, but obviously we will try to do the Eagle matches live when we can. We'll go ahead and jump into the middle match here at 4-3, where you can see Luke Wetherington is up against Mendenhall on the middle. I'm sorry, that's not correct. Schroeder on the middle mat from Amherst. Amherst up on top position at this time as we end period number 1. The periods are at the top as well. Red says he wants up. That's Amherst. And that's at 120 pounds. You can see the side matches there if we're not broadcasting your favorite wrestler at this point. Again, this is Wetherington of Mitchell, who's 10-17 as a freshman, and Trevor Schroeder, who's 13-21 as a freshman. Amherst up on top here and looking to get a turn. He's got back points coming. Half Nelson there. These are the number 4 and 5 seeds. There's your pin in period number 2, with the win going to Trevor Schroeder from Amherst. Again, these 2 wrestlers fall into 4-5 seeds, but the way it works in district play is that you have to have a winning record to get drawn in, and they did not have winning records, so they were just a draw at this point and ended up on that 4-5 line. Don't see any O'Neill wrestlers, so I'm going to selfishly stay right here on this mat. Looks like Nathaniel Nelson of West Holt, 16-18 junior, against Nathaniel Cook. And got the battle of the Nathaniels here. In on the legs. A shot and quickly 2 points. Go in the down position. I believe this is Wood River in the top. Reverse situation, scramble. I can tell you Nathaniel Nelson qualified as a freshman and did not qualify last night. See if he can shake him down here. Pop his head out. Nelson can do that. He's going to score. There's 2 reversal and 1 escape. So 3-2 goes to Wood River in period number 1. We are at 120 pounds. No points awarded. There's 2 takedown to run that score to 5-2 for Cook of Wood River. These first rounds will go very quickly in the fact that we'll have some top seeds against some gentlemen that maybe their records aren't quite as well. So we've seen a lot of pins, as Jennifer can attest to here early on.
Yeah, some of these matches are moving pretty fast and getting those pins done and out of the way.
Yeah, when you have a number 1 seed and some of these, I noticed one wrestler had only 1 or 2 wins, it's going to go in a hurry here. Escape by, there's an escape and a shot by Nelson. See if he can finish. Come on off. and 2 for Cook. Nathaniel Nelson left his arms out there a little bit too much, and Cook was able to whip him over. 16 seconds remaining in period number 1. We're in center mat there, as you can see. And Mr. Nelson comes off. Let's put it into a headlock. Let's go the other way with it. How about a pin? There's your fall. Nathaniel Nelson making it work. He was behind on the scoreboard, but when the shoulders touch, the ref sees it, match over. So Nathaniel Nelson of the West Holt Huskies will move on to the quarterfinals with a pin over Nathaniel Cook of Wood River. And I have to go ahead and throw this out early on. I'm the 18 years principal over at West Holt, so I watched these guys wrestle a little bit the last few years, and so good to see them moving on. There will certainly be ups and downs throughout this tournament. So I'm watching. Yes, Ty Rainforth.
Wrestling there on mat 3.
Thank you. Pin situation. Ty is a returning state champ. He's up 4-2. 3 more back coming. Let's make it 7-2. Ty is a 2-time placer. He was 5th 2 years ago as a sophomore, and then last year as a junior he was a state champion. Ranked number 1 in his weight class. Neutral position here. Good to see Ty out there. There's a fireman's carry to take down. Run that score to 8-2. Ty had the misfortune over the weekend in the dual situation. O'Neill was wrestling the dual competition and was seated second, and in Ty's second match he bumped heads with another wrestler, and just by precautionary they had to make sure he was okay, and so he sat out. But O'Neill had to forfeit those 2 weights and ultimately bumped into the 4th place. I'm quite sure if Ty would have been wrestling, returning state champ, they lost one of them by 2 or 3 points. The other one was a few points, but with Ty in the lineup, that was going to be a 6 to 9 point swing. So glad to see Ty back out here wrestling as you'd expect a returning state champion. He quickly gets a reversal. Right in the left side there, arm bar and a half. Trying to work that into a turn, and he does. See if he can get the fall here. There's your top seed with a pin. Ty Rainforth moving on for the Eagles at 138 pounds. Runs that record to 38-2 for the senior, and he just defeated Alan Fick, a sophomore. Eagles off to a good start here. As I mentioned, Ty is one of several wrestlers we have that are ranked here. 17 individuals, I believe, are ranked in the top 6 at state, and Ty's a first place individual. Bump up here, see if there's anybody in his bracket at 138. Looks like there's an Ord wrestler that's coming in, Cluthy. And Wood River, Waddington. Those are 2 ranked wrestlers as well at 138 that Ty will be looking for. We'll go ahead and jump into that match over there on mat number 3. And that is Cody Miller, a senior at 31-10, versus Uzziah Voss, a freshman at 3-15. And as you expect, Miller's in on a takedown and controlling from the top at 2-0. Miller's a wrestler from Valentine. Valentine also is a ranked wrestling team here. O'Neill's ranked 2nd in the state of Nebraska, and Valentine currently is ranked 9th. As Cody gets a turn here, isn't able to secure it. Looks like just 2 points. Correct. So 4-0 lead for Miller.
And as you look over at mat 3, you can see Brady Thompson warming up. He's getting ready to wrestle on mat 2. He's on deck there, and you can tell that he's getting ready for his match.
Yeah, those seniors, you know, they've been through this before. They don't take anything, even though these first-round matches, maybe they're not wrestling somebody's quite as highly seated, but they're doing what is they're taught and taking no chances, getting ready to go. So, yeah, you keep your eyes on him, but it looks like he's going to be on mat 2. Is that correct, Jennifer?
Yes.
And we'll go live to that if he comes up. There's a reversal, or not yet. At least he came off his back, did Voss, the freshman. But Miller still in control from Valentine. Valentine, of course, a dominant power in the wrestling world. I believe looking at the records, the last 10 years, they have won state 5 times, 3 in a row. And O'Neill had one in there as well in 2015. So gives you an idea here at this tournament. The last 10 years, 5 state championships have come right off of these mats. So great North Central wrestling in the area. Although it's hard to say North Central when I read some of these names. We are located in North Central. But when I read some of these names of Amherst, Arcadia, Loup, Centura, Chase County, of course, way out west, Gibbon, Gordon-Rushville out west, Hershey, Kearney Catholic, Loomis, Bertrand, Mitchell out west, host side of O'Neill, Ord, Red Cloud, Blue Hill, Valentine, West Holt, and Wood River. That's throughout the entire state. A little bit of travel to come to this one, Jennifer.
Yes. They all look awake and alert and ready to get
go.
out.
I'd assume most of the teams traveled in this morning. The weather was good for them, so they didn't need to stay the night before. I can remember a tournament out in Mitchell that we went to that we had to travel the night before with weather. And the pin goes to Cody Miller. Looks like it's a tech fall. I'm sorry, 15-0 moves Miller on. Again, we're waiting mat number 2. Will be coming up here for Thompson, O'Neill, and Frank of Amherst. Until that happens, we're going to bump over to Jelinek from West Holt. This is at 138 pounds. Cruz Jelinek, a freshman, 7-14 versus Lewis from, and I can't read it all there, so let me look it up here. I can tell you Cruz is a very good athlete, played a lot of football in the field there. As a freshman, but as you'd expect at 138 pounds, he's meeting some juniors and seniors, and so his record is not quite as good as you'd expect. He is wrestling against Lewis Coe, who is 24-15, also as a freshman, and that is Chase County. Chase County in the orange and black, and Jelinek in the blue and gold for the Huskies. Getting to know each other on mat number 3. We'll take this match until our top seed Ty Rainforth comes up, and Jennifer will keep an eye on that one. Nice shot underneath by Chase County. Good duck. Finished it for the takedown. Top seeded this weight, as we've mentioned, is Ty Rainforth, 39-2 with that pin first round. Second seed is Riley Waddington, also a ranked wrestler from Wood River. Jelinek gets set from the bottom. Wood River comes on, I'm sorry, that is Chase County comes on top. Got a throw over on mat number 1 for back points. Oh, possible fall here on mat 3. And Lewis Coe gets it done from Chase County with a pin over Cruz Jelinek. He'll move on to the quarterfinals, and Cruz will wrestle back on the other side. Still awaiting O'Neill wrestler coming up here as they see him take his shirt off. So we must be getting close. Minute 41, I guess, in period 3. That's Cale Taubenheim in the red. And he is up against Caden True, who's from Red Cloud, Blue Hill. Not quite used to the red CBHs quite yet. We're early on here, but Western teams coming in, as we mentioned. Jennifer comes to us from South Dakota, and they have great wrestling up there.
Yes. Many years of watching wrestling growing up. And
Yankton area, you mentioned?
yes, originally from Yankton area. I actually grew up in a small town called Gayville. That's about 10 miles from Yankton there.
One unique thing, of course, wrestling's very good in the state of South Dakota, but one unique thing they've always admired is that they've allowed their 7th and 8th graders to wrestle, because sometimes those smaller weights, they don't have anybody. So you truly could be a 6-time state champion in the state of South Dakota. But if you can imagine, I just mentioned freshmen going against seniors. Now you're talking 7th graders could possibly go against those upperclassmen. But they have weathered it well, and it's helped their sport as far as the numbers and such. Local official here, semi-local anymore, is Curtis Childress on mat 2. He used to teach here elementary at the downtown here, and then more recently been out to Ainsworth, and then now I believe he's in year 2 at Battle Creek. And that could be year 1 as the years flow by for me. But as an elementary principal there, does this on the side. And
Spent some time as a coach for some of these O'Neill boys.
yes, exactly right. I believe he may have originally came from Elgin area. So I'm getting the thumbs up from Mr. Peterson that knows way more than I do, but I'm not a Gary Hostert when it comes to those trivia points, so there's not many out there. And as I was mentioning, Brady Thompson getting ready to wrestle, taking his shirt off. We're knotted up at 6-6, so we'll see what can be done here in the last 9-10 seconds, but a good chance of looking at our first overtime on mat number 2. Choice goes to Amherst. Looking towards his coaches. He's going to defer. And the choice goes to True. At the bottom. Granby roll. Nothing. There's got an arm trapped. Got a 1 count. 1, 2. He's got 2 near fall. You have to have 2 successive strokes, and that's exactly what he got there. If he can go successive strokes 5 times, that's worth 3, but he just got 2. So 2 points to Amherst.
Meanwhile, if you take a look over there on mat 1, we got O'Neill wrestling.
And is that Schlunz maybe? I believe so.
That's Oliver.
Oliver Schlunz. That's at 152. So as you would expect, we'll probably have 2 O'Neill wrestlers up here at once. Go ahead, Jennifer, if you want to commentate on that one. And I'll catch Thompson coming in.
All right. Both struggling there on mat 1 to see who's going to get the takedown.
And we get a pin or back points on mat 2 in overtime to send the winner to Blue Hill and bring up Mr. Thompson. We'll both keep eye on these 2 wrestlers. Jennifer handling Schlunz. There's a takedown for him.
There we go. Schlund got 2. And they're going to move on to get recentered.
Schlunz is at 152. Brady Thompson at 145, the top seed. Quickly 2 for Thompson. Thompson comes in at 34-3 as a senior. He was second last year in state and fifth previous to that. So another two-time placer for the Eagles. Thompson's opponent, Justin Seabolt, just a freshman at 4-21. You can see the skill difference between senior and freshman.
Looks like they're going for the flip there for start of the second period. Oliver Schlunz there with 2 and his opponent with 1.
Looking at the seeds here, Oliver's opponent, Engeldow, comes in at 22-15, so he is the seeded wrestler, and Oliver would have been drawn into this spot. So if he can earn the upset there, that would be very nice for Mr. Schlunz. Engeldow is a sophomore, as is Schlunz. And not going to pick here, but I know that O'Neill wrestles some tough competition and maybe some Class B schools and things like that as well. Thompson getting near fall points. End of period number 1, with Thompson out to a commanding 12-3 lead.
Schlunz is over there working hard to move and get around.
He's able to get out of that cradle, I see. Locked up at 3-3 in that second period. Thompson's at 15-3, and obviously a tech fall would be great, but I also know he'd sure like to have a pin for team points if possible. Takedown, was it over there?
Oh.
They haven't put it on the board yet, but looks to me like red was in control, but they're possible. Appreciate Chris Jennings giving us a shout out here as he's watching some of his classmates and teammates, and he's at a SDS track meet, as I saw. So good luck to you, Christopher. Thanks for checking in with us. Yeah, if you're out there somewhere, go ahead and shoot us a note and let us know where you're listening from. We appreciate you following along with us. It's one of the great things about this sport being spread out all throughout the state is no matter where, even throughout the United States or otherwise, you can follow along here. And, of course, Michael Peterson and his crew of Eagle Eye Broadcasting do a great job. Such a great job that they wanted more of a challenge than a district meet. Decided to do wrestling and basketball both tonight. So the Eagles will be taking on Ord in the old area. They believe they call that the bird cage now.
I believe you're right.
We got an injury over here, Jennifer. I missed it. They're just wiping the eyes. It looks like it's still 3-3, though. So.
Looks like maybe Schlunz got injured, maybe nosebleed.
It looks like he's holding his cloth to the face a little bit. There's the brains of the outfit, Mr. Hilker. Mr. Hilker will be taking over for me tomorrow, and it'll sound a whole lot better when he does the broadcast. He's got a daughter playing tonight, I think, in the bird cage, so knows where his priorities should be. Looks like an injury over there. I see that. Actually, be more specific, it shows blood time of 4:14. You get 5 minutes to start with, so we got that cleaned up. Knotted up at 3-3. We'll let Jennifer keep you on task on that one.
Yep, looks like they're going to go ahead and continue, and with Schlunz taking the top position. Working hard to get him on his back.
Get him cradled up there maybe, but doesn't pull him on top himself.
Back up, ready to shoot, score 5, and Schlunz got 4 over there. Making sure Ingledow is working hard.
Play on mat number 3, Caleb Davis, sophomore, is up against Christian Wick from Amherst. And he's down 2-0 at the point at this time. Let you go back to Schlunz.
Schlunz getting him down.
Highly
Another 2
contested
points.
match over there, wow.
Great to see all the support on the side, and
Seven, 6. 30 seconds remaining. Find a way to get to his feet. And I misspoke. It looks like Caleb Davis is out on top, 3-1 on mat number 3. Just 15 seconds remaining. Oliver's going to have to get to his feet, get away.
getting on those points. 5 seconds left in period 3.
Got a viewer watching from Longmount, Colorado. Good to see. Yeah, send us a shout. Let us know which wrestler you're watching and where you might be from. We appreciate that. Mr. Peterson will keep us up to date. Oliver drops a tough one there. 9-6 was the final between those two sophomores. And Mr. Engeldow will move on against the top seed from Wood River. We'll jump back over here to mat number 3, and that's Caleb Davis from West Holt, 29-11 sophomore, wrestling Christian Wick from Amherst at 17-19. He is a junior. Score at this point is Caleb 5-0. Caleb comes in as the 4 seed, and he'll wrestle Red Cloud. If he wins, he'd wrestle Red Cloud, Blue Hill in the all-important quarterfinal there. That 4 or 5 seed is really important for those seeded wrestlers. We'll explain that a little bit later, but those 4 or 5 seeds are really, really close to one another, and if you win and go on, you're going to probably wrestle back against a losing record. If you happen to lose between 4 and 5, you're going to probably have to knock off number 2 or 3 seeds. So if the seeds come out, that's always an important one. Nice block by Caleb on the roll through. Getting a count here. Gets 2 more, run that score to 7-0. I don't know if we have this anywhere else in this tournament, but I can tell you that probably not. Caleb's twin sister, Maddie, qualified for the state tournament for the Huskies and will be representing them down there next week. So he sure would like to join those ranks, not let her have bragging rights at the kitchen table.
It's been great this year following all the girls and watching all the competition. And
on that note, O'Neill has 2 girl qualifiers, and I'll do the best I can with the names of Paola Vergara, a sophomore, and Maddie Jacobowski, a junior, both qualified for the state tournament next week. They'll wrestle right alongside the boys throughout the tournament. So hopefully we're seeing history there. They did have their own state tournament a year ago, but this will be the first year it was sanctioned by the NSAA. So we're going to see those medals given out. And the unique thing about the girls right now with the program growing is every school in the state is in the same category. So I noticed that O'Neill went out and wrestled Bellevue East and some Class A schools in that tournament. So they really have a tough bracket there to look at in the next week. Watching from Mitchell, go Tigers, we see. Well, we're giving you a good view. And Caleb gets the pin for the Huskies. And he'll move on to that 4-5 match, as we mentioned. Got about I'd say 80% full gymnasium. Can't see down below us too well, but fairly full. And I can guarantee you tonight, about the time Ord shows up for that basketball game, we're going to be at like 110% capacity for parking. So good luck with that. Maybe get your walking shoes on and can get a few steps in today. Great facilities we have here at O'Neill. Good to have them host us. The second one a week ago, they hosted the Mid-States Wrestling and was able to do that. Broadcasting. Some great competition there, but good to put these facilities to work back-to-back weeks and showcase it, I guess. A lot of these schools have not seen it. So, and then, as I mentioned, good to be able to also be able to do the basketball. As an ex-AD, I can tell you that takes a whole lot of people and lots of things going right, but it's nice to be able to have the flexibility to do that and not have to reschedule and such. Quick pin over there on mat number 3. Looks like Quentin Morris, the junior, moving on. Mat number 3 at 152 pounds. We'll go ahead and pick up this mat 3 coming up. See what weight they're on. In these first rounds, when they're not full brackets, they move fairly quickly, and so they literally could have 3 different weight classes up at once. It looks like we're at 152 and 60, and let's see what mat 3 looks to be, 160 as well. Jacob Graham versus Tristan Edwards. Edwards is from Loomis, Bertrand, and Graham is from Amherst as they get ready to go. And mat number 3, we'll stay with that one. Oh, I looked, it wasn't, is this not O'Neill? Nope, it's Gibbons. That blue and white threw me off. Keep track of that for me, Jennifer. And quickly, Amherst gets the takedown. Amherst, another perennial power wrestling school, although they're a little bit bigger now. They were Class D when they were winning a lot of those state championships. They and O'Neill had a classic duel back in 2015 that Dick Thomas and I were able to broadcast, which was a lot of fun. And there's your pin by Amherst on mat number 3 in period 1. Is that 160 pounds? I can tell you at 160 pounds that Levi Drucke is the number 1 seed, and he drew a bye first round. So you will not see him. He will come out against the winner of Niles and Vitash, or Vitish from Chase County, and Red Cloud Blue Hill. The winner of that one will wrestle Mr. Drucke, the top seed from O'Neill. That's at 160 pounds. Again, if you didn't catch it earlier, down below there, Mr. Peterson has put up the on-deck matches on 2, 3, and 1, and also in the hole, so 3 different ones coming up there. We'll jump.
Walker Peter coming up here on mat 3 after a little while.
This looks like Mr. Osborne for the Huskies on mat 3. Grant Osborne versus Shires. And that's at 170 pounds. So yes, 152, 160, and 170 all going on at one time. As we said, moving through these brackets very quickly.
Mat 3 was experiencing some technical difficulties, getting things back up.
I saw somebody running over there.
Giving the guys a chance to kind of take a breather before they go back at it.
It looks like Hunter Shires from Kearney Catholic is 14-12 as a senior coming in against Grant Osborne, who is 12-16 as a freshman. Get a big weight class there for a freshman to be up to. Grant's father, Andy Osborne, is an assistant coach now in wrestling, and he was a state champ for us a few years back. I'll just say a few, Andy. How about that? Underhook by Osborne. As Shires tries to spin behind and does just that. 2-0 goes to Kearney Catholic. That's at 170 pounds. And Jennifer will watch for that next eagle coming up here. Again, if you didn't catch it earlier, we are going with 3 mats today. And then tomorrow they'll break down to just 2, and that's all about time. If they stay on 3 mats, they'll run too fast and they'll have to constantly take breaks. So just running on 2 makes the tournament flow better and all those sorts of things. So they'll just break it down to 2, and you'll be able to watch a couple matches at once instead of 3. There's back points coming for Shires as he's got Osborne in trouble on mat number 3. Scoops the far arm. Referee's taking a good look. He's way out there, so difficult for him to get off the mat. 45 seconds remaining in period number 1. Grant fights off his back. And there's the pin to Shires, the senior, over the freshman, Osborne. We mentioned Grant being a freshman along with Cruz Jelinek. When you're a freshman and going up against 170-pounders or even 138-pounders, what it might be, oftentimes you're going to see those upperclassmen get the upper hand, if you will. But encourage these young kids to stay with it. And there's an O'Neill wrestler coming out. Is that at 170?
Yes, 170. Walker Peter there from O'Neill. Mat 3.
Okay, Walker comes in against Tegan Snyder. Tegan Snyder from Gordon-Rushville is 26-12, quickly gets a takedown. He's a senior. Walker is 6-14 as a junior. So number 3 seed here goes to Tegan. Walker seeing if he can get up to his feet and score. Nice lift there by Snyder. Gordon-Rushville down Highway 20 here. Long ago, used to be in a conference with O'Neill. Lots of conference changes since those days. And 1 escape goes to Walker. 2-1 is the score. And then, of course, since that time also, Gordon and Rushville moving together for, I can't tell you if it's all sports or not. I believe it is. In fact, I think they're co-opted high school-wise in classes and such. So tells you a little bit about rural Nebraska and the population there. There's a shuck by, no points. He's got to bring him to the mat. When they're in the up position there, they go down their knees, and that's 2 points. Runs that score out to 4-1. Tegan Snyder over Walker Peter of O'Neill. Walker trying to get away here. Referee holding out his right hand, indicating that that's the wrestler's control, and he's getting back points now. Peter's giving up some near fall, see if he can last the period. Come on back. It's getting close. Oh, there's the fall. With just 15 seconds remaining in period number 1. Tegan Snyder from Gordon-Rushville, the senior, will move on over Walker Peter, the junior from O'Neill. And that's the number 3 seed in Snyder. Number 1 seed at 170 is Drake Jansen from Valentine, 19-7 senior. And the number 2 seed is Chase Stibe from Arcadia, Loup City. Get to know these letters. Great setup here for Eagle Eye Broadcasting. It's fun to look across and see the stands. As an ex-wrestling coach, I used to always say when the match got boring, look up and find Mama, because that was probably more exciting to watch her in the stands than maybe the wrestling.
Yes, I remember the days watching feedback of my brother's tapes, and we had to teach Mom that when you have the camera in hand, do not scream and yell. And
which is the difficult thing to do. I knew several mothers that maybe would even leave the gymnasium during the time their son wrestled. It was just too much for them. Certainly a family affair.
Yes, you see a lot of these younger boys in wrestling out here in the yellow, bright yellow shirts helping. And
they're looking up to those big guys, I can tell you. So if you don't think they're watching high schoolers, you're wrong, because they're watching everything you do. So you're always on. Some great help here O'Neill has in running this tournament, as you'd expect. Look across there at Thad Fox, and of course the voice of the Eagles right now, Jesse Moore, and Brian Corkle having a conversation over there, head coach. Brian Hafer, an assistant. Brian was actually a wrestler of mine when I was head coach at O'Neill, so we go way back. And just good to see what the Eagles have going here, and great place to display it, as we mentioned, but it also takes a lot of individual help on these tables. Janice Vosler, I look down here, she'll work state tournament as she has for many years, and she's running the clock. I saw Becky Corkle out here earlier. That's one thing about being a coach's wife. You might be running the hospitality, or you might be running the table, but you're going to be the fill-in help as needed. And
yes, wrestling's definitely a all hands on deck when it comes to family.
Not only just wrestling here, but with that basketball tournament going on over there, running the concession stand. I think they said FCCLA Ann Mann group was running that, but they'll be able to tell you a story or two by tomorrow night, I think, doing that. And AD's best day is when everybody shows up for what they're supposed to, and we don't have to move out there and be the ticket taper and those sorts of things. I can tell you as an ex-wrestling coach and wrestler, when I was forced to do JV basketball or freshman basketball as an official, that was never too good for the kids, because if there wasn't blood, there probably wasn't a foul. But when everybody shows up, as they do here in the area to help out, it makes things go well. It's a good showcase, too, for the town of O'Neill. There'll be lots of teams staying the night here and buying food here, and parents and fans get to check out the Irish capital. I don't know O'Neill's next match coming up. We might just grab one here.
We got Fabian Acevedo coming up on mat 3 here.
We'll just go ahead and pick up that mat 3 with Hunter Meyer from Ord in red and Coulter Rand from Hershey in green. Looks like Meyer is up 4-2 at the time. He's a 19-12 wrestler versus Rand, who is a junior at 11-15 from Hershey. That's at 170. Looks like Meyer would be coming in as the 7 seed from Ord. In the bottom of the bracket, Chase Stiebe from Arcadia Loup is the number 2 seed, and he got a bye. So the winner of this match between Meyer and Rand will get to face Stiebe. Right now, Meyer out on top, 4-2. Working for hand control underneath there. Possible tilt. Apparently he's got an arm bar on the right side. I can't see it, or maybe it's just a chopped arm. Trying to pull it back. Of course, like any sport, when you can control your opponent's hips, you're going to control your opponent, and that's where you're seeing a nice job of riding by Meyer. Get some excitement here in mat number 2. The coaches. I will tell you the volume will go up, Jennifer, as the matches go on. You get to that heartbreak, what they call the blood and guts round. One kid goes to state, one person stays home. There is lots of emotion in the gym.
They all put in lots of hours to get here, and
yeah,
a lot of work, not just only on the mat, but off the mat, keeping yourself healthy and making weight.
That making weight thing is probably one of the biggest challenges of this sport. And they've done a lot of things to help that out and improve it. I think growth allowances and some different things, checking hydration and different ways that kids can't just drop lots of weight. But I can tell you, for most of us adults, it's not easy to control our weight. We get this thing called the Super Bowl coming up. There might be some good food to eat and whatever else, but then we ask young gentlemen and ladies now to watch that as well. So it's definitely a big part of the mental piece of wrestling.
Definitely see that willpower when they go during Christmas break and have all those goodies in their faces. And
yeah, that's not easy. Looked like a little bit of jump from Meyer on the bottom. That right foot started to come out, and the official saw that. He's got to stay set, so he was warned. Gets quickly to his feet. Lift, back down. Nice job of lifting by Rand. Meyer's in a switch situation. Rand's got one leg in, what we call a grapevine. Working the far side. Leggers can be really neutralizing. You can see how he's controlling his hips, keeping them on the mat. Got a pretty good half on there, does Rand, as he's running it. Even if he doesn't turn it with him, it's a great, there's the full Nelson. He can only put one of those in a time. He knows it as he shakes his fist. He was switching sides, and he touched the head with the left hand when he already had the right hand in there. That's a protection. Keep someone from getting hurt. Granby roll coming by Meyer, and he's out for one. Quick back-to-back points by Myers, one on a penalty point, and then followed up by the Granby roll for one. Great sportsmanship there over on mat number 1 as Myers gets the pin but helps his opponent up. Rand gets takedown. Cut that score to 6-4.
It looks like Fabian Aceveto's getting ready there on mat 1. Or Sal Rodriguez, sorry.
Rodriguez over here.
Rodriguez is over here.
We'll go ahead and jump to that one. Rodriguez on 3.
Acevedo will be on 3 here soon. Rodriguez is over there on mat 1.
Acevedo's going to be coming up, so we may have him again. I'll let you watch for that one. Typical, that seems like that's the way it works. Salvador Rodriguez comes in from O'Neill at 26-14, a junior. And he is your number 7 seed with 26 wins. That's amazing. Tells you how tough the class is. And he's in on a shot. See if he can finish that. Pick up that single leg and trip him. He had a big win in the duels last week to help O'Neill out with some points. They go out of bounds. And everybody seems to be okay, or we're going to check it out anyway. That's where the table, that's Colton Archibald from Gordon-Rushville. He's just a sophomore at 2-4. Salvador Rodriguez being that junior at 26-14. And I'll stay with Salvador, and I'll let you jump back here to mat number 3 with Acevedo.
Yes, Acevedo's going out there. He's putting the red band on.
That's at 182 pounds for Acevedo, as Salvador's at 195. One thing I can say about Acevedo, he's got like one speed, it's coming forward, so I noticed that last week.
He's quick with the takedown. See him there trying to get rolled over, trying to get him on his back.
Acevedo comes in as the 5 seed. Gets it done very quickly. He will come up against Roman Colbert from Gibbon. That's the 4-5 seed we've talked about before. That's very important in this sport. No score on mat number 1 as they get set from the bottom to Salvador. He needs to come out of there so he doesn't go to his back. Sets up that roll, may have some points coming. There's the referee counting back. He hooked up a side roll and worked it into back points. I don't know how many, I believe 3, but we'll just see. 2 is all. Okay, must not have gotten the 5 count. Worked that side roll into what they call a Peterson. Was able to grab the leg and the arm and get the first points to make it 4-0. Works on that right arm of his opponent. And we're already at 195 pounds here as we move quickly through these brackets. Appreciate you joining us from wherever you might be at, and get a chance to give us a shout from where your hometown is or who you're watching. That'd be awesome. We heard from Christopher Jennings earlier at the SDSU track meet. And some fans from Mitchell. Fans from Colorado. Good to hear. We had Dick Thomas last week joining us from Colorado. Or Uncle Dick, as it was for Carson. Salvador doing a good job of controlling the arm. Not able to get him turned, though. There's possible points coming. He's got a leg right in. This is not a pinning hold, but he can get 5 count to get 3 points off of it. Be careful here. He got a little bit high. Watch himself. All right, Salvador got 3 back, as you saw signaled. But then the official just showed 2 reversal to his opponent. So he got a little bit high with that. Wasn't chest to chest. And Archibald was able to reverse him. So we'll see if Salvador can shake him off here and score some points. But the time is up. So end of period number 2, 7-2. As Gordon-Rushville's Archibald looks over at his coaches, who tells him to stay neutral. Remember that first period, there was no takedown. See if Salvador can get in here in a shot. Working for hand control. Possible pin on mat 2, just as I said it is. That was a fast one. It's like 24-second pin to the Ord Chance. Okay, Salvador's pushing there, which you got to be a little bit careful about, because when you push, the other individual or your opponent can use their hips and throw, and that's exactly what Aldo needs. Archibald needs that toss from Gordon-Rushville. Headlock coming. See if Salvador can push it off. Square up at least. Getting down 7-2. Archibald needs that home run of a move. with just 45 seconds remaining. Great setup to watch this on 3 different cameras. Mr. Peterson and his group does a great job. I know he had to sneak out to go check on some basketball that was going on in the other gym. There's the over-under, possible throw, and he got it. Can Salvador come through? Oh, he's got to get an arm through. He's getting back counts. A pin would end it. Did he get 2? I believe he only got 2. Good throw. His coaches are telling him to let him go. Gordon-Rushville saying, let him go. You don't have time to turn him again. Let him go. It's 7-6. Looks like Salvador's going to hang on. And that's it. Match is over. We'll let the referee work it out. Salvador is going to be your winner. I'm not sure what the score is. I know the O'Neill coach will tell you that was a little bit too close. But got the points. Looks like it's going to stand at 9-6. So what a flurry there. Over-under throw to Salvador's back. He was close to being pinned, but did not get a 3 count, and then was able to get the reversal at the end. So
as he comes off the mat, teammate Noah Shabrum comes onto the mat, class 220.
I'm sure Salvatore will tell you that that was not his best match. He's glad he's came off his back, but he also knows he can wrestle a little better than that. Noah Shabrum, 7'23" senior, up against Jarrett Peterson from Chase County. Jarrett is 38-4, sophomore. He says, those leg bands don't fit me. I'm not going to put it on. So you got the number 1 seed here with 42 matches coming in against Shabrum. As you can see, Mr. Peterson's a pretty stout sophomore. I would think Noah might be a little light in this weight class. I guess I haven't seen him on the scales, but he doesn't look as big as Mr. Peterson out there. Shot in by Peterson. Quick takedown. Got a match at heavyweights or not?
Oh, just keeping an eye on who's on deck and warming up. And
lots going on. Yeah, it does look like Tucker Shabrum will have a match. Go out of bounds here. No change. They're moving right into the smaller matches too here, so don't go away. We're going to keep it rolling. I think they said they're only going to take a 20-minute break after this next round and get everybody out of here as soon as they can tonight. Not a good position there as Peterson's got his weight up on top. Shabrum, middle of the mat with 45 seconds remaining. Lots of pressure there, and he's able to fight it off somewhat with his right hand. But again, the weight, there it is for the fall. 37 seconds remaining in period number 1. Jared Peterson, your number 1 seed, moving on. Noah Shabrum will wrestle on the other side. Looks like he will get a bye for the next round and will need to wrestle back in that 220-pound division. We'll go ahead and take a break here and just let you watch without our voices. You can keep track. And again, nice job by Mr. Peterson having everything set up here for us, and great camera angles and on deck and in the hole wrestlers and such. And so should be able to keep track of your favorite wrestler out there. I was mistaken as I look at that heavyweight bracket a little bit closer. There's only 8 wrestlers in that bracket, so they're already in the quarterfinals. Tucker Shabram will wrestle Daniel Yepez from Gibbon, but that will be a quarterfinal match as there are only 8 wrestlers at that weight, which takes us right back to 106. Quickly a pin. In just 7 seconds. On mat number 3. That pin was by William Springer from Valentine over Braden Rossmeyer. Springer's the number 1 seed as he showed there with that pin over Rossmeyer. Moving on into the semifinals, and Rossmeyer to wrestle back. That's at 113 pounds. Pin over on mat number 3. And the win goes to Red Cloud. Pile over Moreno. Again, you're seeing these top seed wrestlers show why they're top seeds with some quick pins. Looks to me like Mitchell's on deck on mat number 3. The consolation match. Remind you, the consolation matches, we drop a minute off the time, so those become 1-2-2 periods, versus championship rounds are 2-2-2. And of course, overtime if need be. We're going to pick up mat number 3 where we're just getting started. 2 takedown by Skondon. And they're out of bounds, says Mr. Childers. Gets 3 back points. That's at 120 pounds. Jose is your top seed, coming in at 21-4. He had a pin first round over Zach Mitchell. And he's currently competing against Trevor Schroeder from Amherst. Working on that bull's tail. He'll try to throw that over top, take it into a half. That's a pretty tight half if he gets him turned. That might be some trouble. These little guys are much more flexible, but I can tell you what us coaches used to talk about, elbow deep, and his elbow is right behind Schroeder's head, so it's tight if he gets him turned. Not a lot of wiggle room there. And there's your fall. In period number 1 goes to the top seed, Jose Escondon. He moves on with 2 pins. And Schroeder will wrestle from the bottom side. He will be wrestling the winner of Rasmussen from Kearney Catholic and White from Chase County. Those are the 4-5 seeds. And that looks like that's fixing to go on mat number 1. We'll bring you back to mat 3 with Nelson Nathaniel from West Holt up against the number 2 seed, Tristan Grooms from Valentine. Tristan comes in at 25-10 as a senior as he gets a nice shot in for the double leg. Quickly 2. See if he can get back points out of it. He does not, as Nathaniel's able to belly down. Great shot in there by Grooms from Valentine. Grooms the senior, Nathaniel the junior. Quickly to his feet is Nathaniel. Arm control on the right side there by Grooms. Walks it over. He's got back points coming. Got a tight waist on top, as you can see, and the arm, and there's the fall. For your number 2 seed, Tristan Grooms will move on in the semis, and Nathaniel Nelson will wrestle back. Very good tight waist, and he had the hook on the other side, so that's a tough one to fight. O'Neill may be coming up here on mat number 3. Am I correct? Yep. Yeah, it looks like mat number 3 is going to be O'Neill. Coming up, Mr. Alden. First time we've seen him today. John is 33-2 coming in, a sophomore. He had a bye first round, and so did his opponent, Brooks Price from Wood River. Both had byes. I know that John is a ranked wrestler in the state. See if I can find that for you. John's currently ranked 5th at 126 pounds. And Kyler Vincent from Rushville Gordon is ranked here at this weight also. See if John can work that single leg pickup here. His opponent's got a half on the other side. No control. Opponent's trying to turn him here. John needs to back out. There's points coming into period number. There's the hit. John's down 2-0. First round match for both these individuals. Opponent says, I'm going to take feet. I just took you down. Let's go again. Brooks Price is the Wood River wrestler. And he's out to a 2-0 lead over the top seed, John Alden. Number 2 seed here is the Kyler Vincent I'd mentioned earlier from Gordon-Rushville, 29-9 freshman.
You look over there on mat 1, we got O'Neill wrestling.
Had him on his back too, looks like 2 back points. Who is that?
Let's see.
That's Zachary Mitchell, I believe.
Yes.
That's at 120 pounds. Okay, John Alden, I have my matches off. John Alden's on mat 1, and Zachary Mitchell's on mat 3. So that is my error. As 1 and 3 are flipped here for us. Zachary Miller drops to Luke Weatherington from Mitchell. And John Alden out in front, 12-4 over here on mat number 1. Just the first time it's happened, and I'm sure it won't be the last. Somehow I can remember mat 2 in the middle, but 3 and 1. John quickly. More points coming, 18-6, 20-6. He's up by 14, if my math is right. He needs to be up by 15 to end it. Look for one more turn. That was just period number 1, all that action. 20-6. The next 2 points ends it for John. He goes down. If he gets 1 for the escape, this will be over. If he can take his opponent to his back immediately like this, He'll have the opportunity for the pin. He's got him tech fall, but he'd like to pin him, and he does not. Okay, they give the wrestler that advantage because you get a half more team point or one more, depending on the round, if you get the pin versus the tech fall. So even though the match was over by points, you give him the chance with the opportunity for pins. John Alden moving on as your top seed. That's at 126 pounds. He'll be up against Venarsdal from Hershey or Otten from Red Cloud, Blue Hill. And that's over on mat number 3, I believe. Currently 4-0, Otten is out in front. John will get the winner of that one. He's got move on here into the semifinals. Go out of bounds. We'll go ahead and pick that match up with Vandersnall versus Otten. Otten out in front 4-0. Otten's a freshman at 25-16. While his opponent comes in at 19-15, getting a back count again. See if he can bridge off. His opponent did come off his back, but right back to it as Otten is able to hold that position. And Venarsdal comes off the back. But right back to it as Otten stays on him. Looks like 3 more coming. 7-0 to Carter Otten. Going into period number 2 with a coin toss. Choice to Hershey. We'll see if he can work from the bottom. It's at 126 pounds. We're in quarterfinal action. You want to watch between consolation and quarterfinals, depending on the bracket. These are all championship matches we're watching now. But they're distinguished. Looks like everything coming up is a quarterfinal match. There's a good tight half. He's got an arm bar on the right, tight half on the left. See if he can turn him with that. And I missed what happened there. Maybe an illegal hold. Childers is going to talk to the corner. Explain it to both of the coaches. Coaches were quick to get a hold of the official. You see the assistant official comes out to keep the kids there in the center. No change. We're still at 7-0. Of course, all the districts going on right now throughout the state. This is the C-4 district. Last year, your C-4 district champ was the Ord Chanticleers. Working that arm bar again on the far side. Now he changed it to a bull's tail. Brings it back. Does a nice job of controlling the arms, both the left and the right side. Very frustrating for that wrestler underneath there when your arms are tied up like that. He's got a tight waist and a hook. We saw a pin from this earlier. Team scores Valentine out in front 25.5 right now. To Kearney Catholic in second with 24, very early. Centura at 22. Amherst at 19.5. As Otten again has him on his back. Early on, like this with team scores, it's not a great indication because it kind of depends on if your team drew buys or drew wrestlers the first couple rounds. So things will settle out here as we move on. Great job by Benarsdal coming off his back. See if he can score some points off of that. Otten pops his head up, no change, says official Childress, and the tap for period 2. No change, 7-0. Choice to Otten. Let's make that 10-0. Just as I was looking at team score, there was back points awarded.
Ty Rainforth there, getting ready on mat 1.
Thank you very much. Mat 1. Wait for it to come up. I believe that's 138. Got him hooked up. Working the edge there. Got to secure him to the mat, though. No takedown yet. Got the hand between the legs. He's got to bring him down to the mat as he does, and there's your 2 points for Ty. Ty's at 138 pounds, coming out with a 39-2 record versus Trayton Starr of Gordon-Rushville, who had a pin first round. But again, Ty is your number 1 seed at 138 and ranked number 1 in the state and returning state champion in Class C. Number 2 seed at this weight is Waddington of Wood River. And I can tell you that Mr. Waddington's currently ranked 6th. So if the seeds work out, that's who Ty could meet in the finals. This is quarterfinal action. He needs to win this round and then one more round to get to the finals. Got O'Neill on 2 also with Joseph Yates tied up with Kuzik at 4-4. We'll let you pick that one up, Jennifer, and keep us on the score. I'll stay with Ty. Yates, would that be 132 possibly?
I believe so.
Yes, it is. 132. That's a crucial 4-5 seed, as I mentioned. Yates comes in at 4. He's wrestling Kuzik at 5. A pin here would be sweet for the Eagles. Pretty high, though. Got to get his leg back or he's in trouble. Still 2-0, Rainforth. He's high. He's got the opponent's arm caught in there. There, he's able to get it out.
Working on trying to get those shoulders dropped and see if he can get the pin.
That would be big, as I mentioned, 4-5 seed there. Got it.
There he goes.
Joseph Yates moving on to the semifinals. You can hear the noise from the crowd as the energy level picks up each round here. Great win for Joseph. Ty out to the 4-0 lead, trying to find a way to turn him. Taking his time to go chest to chest, as you see. He's got a pin hold, but he was going to settle back, get his legs clear. His opponent's fighting the legs there. He's got turn points coming. He wants to find the pin. Opponent is able to bring through that left arm. So he's got points coming, but yeah, can't manufacture that into a pin. 3 more, 7-0, and quickly right back into another pin hold. Possible arm behind the back, flattens him out. Those leg riders can really wear an opponent out. I thought I was an okay wrestler, and then I went to college and had some people put the legs on me, and boy, it makes you feel silly in a hurry. Good leg riders controlling the hips, and that's exactly what Ty's doing from the top. This one's pretty tight if you can get him turned. 30 seconds remaining. He's got his back point count. Official take a look here. Settle in. There's your fall. 19 seconds remaining in period number 2. Your number 1 seed, Ty Rainforth, pin number 2 for the Eagles. He's moving on to the semis, and he will wrestle Anderson from Centura or Cluthy from Ord. I don't know if that one's up right behind him, it looks like. So I'm sure Ty will keep an eye on that match. We'll go ahead and bring it to you right now. These are the number 4 or 5 seeds coming in. Gavin Anderson's a senior at 33-15 from Centura, and Hayden Cluthy is 29-5 as a junior. They are on mat number 1. Appreciate you joining us here. C-4 action in the district. Winners going on down to state here. Of course, a lot of that will be decided tomorrow. The girls have already qualified themselves last week at the districts while the boys were doing dual championships where O'Neill finished second. I'm sorry, they were seeded second. They finished 4th. Ty was unable to wrestle a couple of those duels, and that certainly was a difference, but wanted to have him ready to go for this tournament right here. Going after second state championships this year. We'd like to thank the following individuals or businesses that have contributed to this C4 district tournament. Avery St. Anthony's, Avera St. Anthony, Baumgars, Mark and Amy Thompson, the Leprechaun Athletic Club, O'Neill Ambassadors, Pinnacle Bank, and Torpin's Radio Market. Again, we're all sponsors for this C4 district here in O'Neill. We appreciate it and hope that the fans we have from other towns are getting to know the Irish capital here of O'Neill. I am Kevin Young, joined by Jennifer here. I appreciate her help.
Still trying to remember all the wrestling moves. Been a few years since I've been Matt's side.
Don't feel bad about that. I wrestled in high school and college and was a head wrestling coach for about 7 years, and so I have got some experience. But last week when I got up here behind the mic, there was one hold in particular. I told my wife, I said I got home and I had to kind of shake it off. It came to me about the second period, but you would think you wouldn't forget those things. But if you don't use it, you're not, or if you don't use it, you may be losing it. So tight match here on period number 1 as we go to the second period. And that is your 4-5 seeds, as we mentioned, Cluthy versus Anderson. And Mr. Rainforth is awaiting the winner for the semifinals matches, which will be tomorrow. We kick off action tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, I believe they said, and down to 2 mats. Is the time right on that, Jennifer?
I'd have to double check. I know they were talking about doors opening and
I
stuff.
think the doors open at 9 and the start time is 10 is what I have here in our program. So I think that's right. Usually, I know the NSA only gives you 1 hour in advance to open those doors. So I'm sure fans will be waiting coming in. And the first 2 points are scored there by Green. And that is Centura. Centura's Anderson out on top 2-0. This is at 138 pounds.
Shout out to our sports trainer down there, Matt's side. He's been keeping an eye on some of these boys.
That's great.
Injuries, and they were able to shake them off and get back out there on the mat.
He will be busy this weekend. We hope that he's not too busy, but when you get 2 individuals going at each other, things can happen. So, and just our injury protocol is so much better than it used to be, Jennifer. I can tell you that now with concussions and things like that, we actually have a protocol that you're going to follow. I think that's what don't speculate here. Ty did not have a concussion last week, but he bumped heads, and so you just don't want to take any chances. I could tell you back in the 80s when I was wrestling that they still let blood time go and those sorts of things, and so it's come a long ways and gotten a lot better. But we do appreciate the individuals out here that are able to help out sports medicine, keeping these guys healthy. 3-2 is our score in that 138-pound match, again between Anderson and Cluthy. We are wrestling championship brackets right alongside the consolations, as you can see there. Quarterfinals matches are 2-2-2. And the periods for consolation are 1-2-2. Anytime you're in a loser bracket, they take a minute off that, and it's not international rules, but it goes all the way through college. Jennifer mentioned the towel tappers out here. I love their bright yellow shirts, if you will, neon. Easy to see, and you know they're excited to be here.
Believe it or not, they look really young out there, but some of them have several years behind their belts out there on the mat.
Yeah. Get started early. Valentine's longtime coach Shane Allison out here on the mat. He was an All-American at UNO. Does a great job. As we've mentioned, they have 5 state championships in the last decade, and O'Neill has one in 2015. There's a reversal for the Chanticleers. Puts him out in front now, 4-3 at 138 pounds. Cruz Jelinek from the Huskies out to 4-0 lead over a Mitchell wrestler who's a freshman. 2 freshmen out there getting their feet wet this year. They might have called it baptism by fire at times, but good to see those young kids staying with it, and they'll only get better. Story I love to tell is just how kids improve, and I remember a wrestler that we had here. I've told this story before, but Michael Cole wrestling here at O'Neill and did not win a match his freshman year, won a couple his sophomore year, and I believe he was 13-13 his junior year. But his senior year, he was second in the state with 29 pins, and just to tell you how a young man stays with it and keep getting better and better. So for those young freshmen out there, may think you're getting thumped on, but you're learning and you'll get better. And if you stay with it, it's going to make you better, not only on the mat but as a person. So just really encourage that. Reversal here. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Well, I was going to say, it just goes to show that your hard work and dedication pay off and doesn't go unnoticed.
Lots of lifelong lessons learned right here. Not every day goes the way that you want it, and there's days you got to pick yourself up by your bootstraps. And there's your pin, goes to the Chanticleers. That will be the opponent, Mr. Cluthy versus Rainforth in the semifinals. We'll move over here to this West Holt match, and that's 6-0 at this time. Cruz Jelinek, a freshman, out in front of Uzziah Voss from Mitchell. And Cruz is wrestling from the top position, trying to follow there behind. Wants to bump his hips down if he can. Got long arms so he can reach across there, roll possibly coming. Cruz feels that. He's getting a little bit high. He needs to watch himself here. Better off to let that go than go to his back. If he can get his hips up, Cruz needs to try to not be flat. There it is. It comes up. That makes it tougher to move and flip over. And no change according to the official. Cruz still on top. And that's the hand that you see being held up by the official is green. We'll have to check this. The score is showing 6-1. There's reversal by Voss. So that score shows 6-3. I don't think 1 point was ever awarded, but maybe I missed that one. We'll stick with 6-3 with 17 seconds remaining. See if Cruz can score quickly here. O'Neill match coming to 2.
Looks like Brady's back out there for O'Neill. Quick with the takedown, trying to get him down on those shoulders and push him with all his strength.
That's at 145 pounds is Brady Thomas, the top seed. We'll let Jennifer call that one, and I'll keep tabs on the one I start over here with Mr. Jelinek and Voss.
Brady's working hard to get his opponent down and get to a position where he can stay down. They're back up. Brady was there with 2 points to 1. He's got him back down.
Might play that takedown game a little bit. And you might ask why they do that, but it gets frustrating for your opponent when you get taken down over and over again and then just let go and back up. And sometimes through that frustration, you get yourself in a bad position, and next thing you know, you're on your back.
Not only is he trying to physically kind of wear him out, but kind of mentally wear him down.
Exactly, yep. Now he's going to walk this. He's got a hook and a tight waist, and we've seen him use this before with those long arms. Comes back over and covers.
He's got the pin.
Period number 1. And that is win number 150 for Brady Thomas, as you can see, or you cannot see. I don't know if I could tip it down here or not.
Eagle fans going
Eagle
crazy.
fans with 150 signs up. So congratulations to Brady Thomas. Thompson, as he gets that 150th. Good to see. And Cruz and found himself in a tight spot over here. And he goes down by fall as the headlock comes through for Voss and the win. Brings us to Caleb Davis on center mat. That's at 152 pounds. We're jumping quickly. We're at 38. We'll jump to 152. And that's Caleb Davis from West Holt versus Riley Lambrick of Red Cloud Blue Hill. Again, these are 4-5 seeds. We've talked a lot about that so far. And if you can win this round, even if you get beat in the semis, you're going to wrestle back against a lesser seed. But if you lose this round, unless there's an upset, you're going to have to wrestle back against a number 2 or 3 seed. So this 4-5 seed is really important for both these wrestlers. We get to know each other. Again, Red Cloud, Blue Hill out west. He comes in at 28-15 as a senior. And Caleb Davis is at 31-11 as a sophomore. Had mentioned earlier that Caleb's twin sister Maddie qualified last week. She was a district runner-up. And so she's punched her ticket and waiting for twin brother to do the same.
I'm sure she's somewhere in the stands or...
Yeah, I'm sure she's watching.
Watching now. You can see O'Neill's got their 2 state girl qualifiers down there mat side, taking notes.
That'll be all that much more fun for those kids to be able to go together, and the girls got their part of it done last week. They're going to wrestle right in the boys' tournament together. You'll have to see the schedule there. I had that up earlier. I can take a peek at that. When they're going to wrestle. No score, working on the edge there. Nearing the end of period number 1 with no score. Yeah, getting to the girls' matches. Looks like the girls will wrestle during the A and D brackets. So, in essence, B and C wrestling together, but the girls will wrestle during A and D. So, that puts these coaches there, these Class B and C coaches, basically will be there throughout the day on those. But good to see them wrestling right with the guys, and we'll be awarding those matches. I will remind you that we will be on KBRX bringing that broadcast to you for semifinals next Friday. And so hopefully have several girls that will be going for medals as well. If you make it to the semifinals, you're guaranteed a medal at the state tournament. Caleb working from the bottom here, trying to pull that hand in. And Lembrecht from the top, trying to work an arm bar, see if he can turn him. He's got one leg hooked. Riley's doing a nice job of controlling his hips. Caleb needs to try to get off the bottom there, come up off the mat. He's up a little bit, but right back down as Lambrecht controls the hips with that grapevine ride.
You can see over there on mat 3 our trainer out there helping out Ogden, making sure everything's okay so he can get back out there on the mat.
See if Caleb can get turned in a reversal situation here. He's got to step over. There's the 2 reversal. So Caleb needs to be able to ride him out here. Working that spiral ride. He's got a tight waist, and he comes underneath us with the spiral ride. It is certainly a family affair for the Davises, as Father Brady is an assistant coach for the Huskies, and he was a state champion out west at the Ainsworth Bulldogs. So I'm sure they've had some roll-around matches of their own in the living room. So important here for Caleb to try to ride him out with his 20 seconds remaining. He does not want to give up any score. He's up 2-0. And it seems to me like as an ex-coach, those last few seconds of a period are so vital. So let's see if we can ride him out for another 7-6 seconds and go in 2-0 of that third period. And it looks like that's where it's going to be at. Move to the third with Caleb Davis up on top, 2-0 over Riley Lambrecht. Riley says, let's go feet. Hoping for a takedown. Takedown here is huge. Caleb's in on the shot. Neck wrench. See if Caleb can break that off. If he can break it off, he's going to get his 2, and he does. Quickly, 4-0. Nice job of Caleb moving in there quickly. Now, he doesn't want to get too high, but he's getting some back points. Oh, he got the fall. That was in a hurry. Caleb Davis wasn't worried about getting high. He says, let's get this one over with. He's moving on against the top ranked Anchetta from Wood River. It's the top seed at 152 pounds, but pin goes to Caleb Davis of the Huskies. No more Eagles up. I think it looks like Drucky's on deck coming up. And Schlunz, it looks like, is coming up. We're going to jump over here to Ogden on mat number 3. I'll let you watch for those Eagles coming up, and if they happen to be there, you let us know, and we'll move to them. But Channing Ogden wrestling for the Eagles. I'm sorry, for the Huskies. Surprised that's the first time that's happened. Channing comes in from West Holt at 22-15 as a junior, and he's up against Frank, Quentin Frank from Amherst, who is 38, make it 39-3 for Amherst, number 2 seed. So he earned a tech fall early on, and he's out to 9-1 lead here, scores lots of points. Thus his 38 wins for the Broncos of Amherst. Might be one of those situations where Channing wants to try to find something he can catch him with. Although he's given up some points here. There's a dominant control on the top. And you can see why these top-ranked wrestlers are where they're at. Amherst Broncos coming in from southern Nebraska. Chase Klinghofer is their coach there, longtime wrestling coach for Amherst. Look down the list here, Craig Trampy, who was an Ord wrestler, wrestled for his father, Derry Trampy, at Ord. He is the head coach at Arcadia Loup City. Centura Sports Jeff Cyberon. And near fall points to end the match for Amherst over Ogden. The number 2 seed does move on. Looks like O'Neill's getting ready to come out here. Ward Wacker, longtime Gordon-Rushville coach. Brian Corkle, of course, here in O'Neill. He was a wrestler at West Holt, or graduated from West Holt. Shane Allison, I've already mentioned, from Valentine. Randy Schroeder, longtime wrestling coach at West Holt, are some of the coaches out there. We'll go to mat number 3. And this is Oliver Schlunz, sophomore at 14 and 19, versus Tanner Lindblom, a junior at 5 and 20. And this is at 152 pounds. Schlunz quickly has him on his back. Let's see if he can put him away there on the edge. Gets a little bit high and out of bounds. He gets 2. So let's make it 4-1 as the escape is recorded there. Valentine gets a pin on the middle mat. Schlunz stuffing his head, then he gets that underhook. Looks like he's trying to set up a throw. Hips him down. He needs to hustle to get his 2 points here, though, as the clock is running out. He gets the back points. Time runs out. It is 3 points with the throw, 9-1. First period goes to Oliver Schlunz. At 152 pounds here. Druki should be coming up, I believe. He was top seed at 160. Schlunz is wrestling in the consolation bracket as he dropped his first round match to Engeldahl from Mitchell. Doing a good job of controlling his hips, see if he can keep him on. Lift that single leg. Oliver hops him back on. There's the trip. Nice kick out. Showed some flexibility. A 9-1 lead to Schlunz. I believe we got Druki over here if you want to follow that one.
Levi Druki's taking the mat.
That's number 1 seed.
We'll have the green band on.
It's like Chase County. Schlunz got the double leg grapevine in, double legs in. Trying to hip him down flat. Working arm back.
Druki's working on the takedown. He's got that leg trying to get him down.
There's 2. I'm sure Oliver and Levi get to wrestle each other a lot in practice. There's a possible pin situation for Schlunz. Can he finish it? Referee taking a look. Gotta get that arm through. Time is short. There's the fall. Goes to Oliver Schlunz. The second period, 13 seconds remaining. Over to Lindblom. And Oliver will move on in the 152-pound weight class. I'll let Jennifer tell you about Levi.
Yeah, Levi's over here trying to get him on his back. And has the pin.
Back-to-back pins. A little bit of a break in between, so none of these Eagle fans missed them. Those will help the team points. Speaking of, we'll take a look at team points here. Hit my refresh so I know they're up to date. Looks like Valentine, and I doubt these have been recorded, so Valentine at 45.5, O'Neill at 42.5. So I would guess with those pin points that maybe O'Neill will be right there with them or bump ahead. Gordon-Rushville at 32, along with Kearney Catholic at 32, 29 to Amherst, Red Cloud Blue Hills at 23, Centura 22, Wood River 21, Mitchell 20, Chase County 19, Ord 18, Gibbon 13, West Holt 12, Arcadia Loup 11, Hershey 10, and Loomis Bertrand has not scored at this point. You can follow that on the NSAA or track wrestling might be an easier link for you. And jump over to 152 pounds. Isaac Pistolka versus Aiden McDonald. That's actually 160 pounds on mat number 3. I believe that will be the 4 and 5 seed, McDonald being 5 and West Holt being 4. I don't believe there's back points there, but I was looking at team score, so I'm not sure. I don't believe he ever exposed. So I think it's just 2-0, the score. See if Isaac can bring that in. He's got him in a possible spladle situation. Turnover for quick reversal for Isaac. That should knot it up at 2-2, just as period number 1 ends. Some irony here as coaches. Randy Schroeder used to be out at Rushville before he moved to West Holt. Been there a long time. And Ward Wacker took his spot and has remained at Gordon-Rushville. So these two coaches know programs fairly well. Pistolka's able to counter that sit out by McDonald. Bringing that left arm for control. Looks like he's got it trapped on the left side there. They come up, works it into an arm bar. Tries to bump McDonald's hips down. There's a roll through. He can hold him right there. That's points and a possible pin. It's pretty tight. He's got a gut, and the fall goes to Pistolka. Gut wrench and a hook. Makes it count. It was tight. He rolled him back into that stack situation, and there was no wiggle. Moving on is Isaac Pistolka. He'll be up against Mr. Drucke. So we'll have a North Central semifinal there for you at 160 pounds. Unfortunately, I will not be able to bring those to you. I have another commitment for tomorrow, but I believe Mr. Hilker is going to be up here, and I guess I can't speak for Jennifer. Are you available tomorrow? Or?
Oh, I'm not sure yet.
Not sure, okay. Well, Cole Hilker's a lot nicer and probably smarter than I am when it comes to wrestling, so he'll be doing some commentary. Be some great matches. We talked about the blood and guts round. Heartbreak round, they sometimes call it. Semifinals will be great tomorrow. Just some fantastic matches. The competition should get a little bit closer as these seeds work their way out. And so you'll see a lot more 5-4s and some overtimes and things like that. But be some great action. We're already at 160 pounds. I think they'll take a quick break. I heard 20 minutes at one point, but I believe it's going to probably be after this round. 14-0 Ullman from Kearney Catholic over Graham of Amherst, and Jansen out on top of Valentine over Kearney Catholic. And Edwards gets ready to go against Hargreaves here in center mat. we'll let you watch that without commentary, and we'll try to catch our breaths here and see who we got coming up on the board below there. Looks like Peter from O'Neill, the very bottom. He'll be third up on mat 3. Yeah, Walker Peter will be against Cooper Dillon. That's a consolation round at 170 pounds. You're wondering why maybe you haven't seen some of these wrestlers. At 106 pounds, it's an 8-man bracket, but there are only 7 wrestlers. So that is why you haven't seen some of those 6-pounders. And then at 126, there looks to be just 9 wrestlers at that weight class. And then you bump up to the big guys at heavyweight, and there are 8. So those are the brackets that are a little bit more shallow and not as many wrestlers. So you may not have seen much action there by them. They will be in full go tomorrow as we get some of these consolation rounds through. Just going through the rankings here. Hershey's has Ethan Elliott at 106 pounds. That's ranked 2nd. O'Neill counters with Dylan Parks, who's ranked 4th. Valentine at 113 has William Springer, who's ranked 2nd. Red Cloud, Aiden Peel is ranked 10th. You just heard the golden voice of Jesse Moore saying 20-minute break after this round. And if you're looking to join us live tomorrow, again, doors open at 9, he just mentioned, and wrestling starts at 10. Gibbon has Jose Escandon at 120 pounds, who's our number 1 seed here at this district. He is ranked 4th, make it 5th. Valentine has Tustin Grooms, who's ranked 9th. O'Neill John Alden, we mentioned, ranked 5th at 126 pounds. Gordon-Rushville has Kyler Vincent. Is this O'Neill out there?
That's Walker Peter.
Okay, Walker Peter will go right to that match. That's 170 pounds. Called for stalling for going out of bounds, and 2-0 lead for his opponent. Walker, we mentioned, as 6-15 as a junior. Cooper Dillon is 3-6 from Chase County. So a couple wrestlers looking for a W. Move on here, improve their record. Chase County wrestler doing a nice job on that right side, putting weight down. See if Walker, yep, out the back door. Run that score to 2-1. Quick moving first period. Shot by Walker, a little far away maybe. Time is up. Choice top, bottom, neutral, defer. Walker defers his choice. And his opponent says, let's go back to our feet where I took you down. Cooper Dillon up 2-1 as we begin period number 2 at 170 pounds. Takedown by Dillon. Make that 4-1 as he tries to climb up. Stop the match. Wants to let Walker get his sleeve reset on his right arm there. Husky fans, I can tell you Grant Osborne out on top now 4-1 at 170 pounds. That's over on mat number 1. Walker tries to come out from the bottom. Needs to get to his feet here. Cooper's doing a nice job of controlling his left arm. Gonna shake him down here. Referee calls potentially dangerous. Doesn't want one wrestler supporting the other one. Chance of somebody getting hurt, so they stop the match there. That's what the indication behind the neck is. Sign for potentially dangerous. A Granby roll by Walker. Can he come out the back? And he does. 2 reversal. Nice looking Granby roll. First time we're seeing Walker on top. See if he can find a way to turn him. Bumps his hips down, flattens him out. Be important for Walker to ride him out here, even if he doesn't turn him, because he's going to have choice going into the third period. Bumps him forward again. A turn here would really help things out, though. To be ahead going into the third period. He's going to have to follow him. Out of bounds they go. They really let him work a lot longer on the edges than they used to. Possible turnover here on mat number 1 by Osborne. He is a pinner if he gets him there. Very close. There's your fall. Grant Osborne moving on for the Huskies at 170 pounds. We're also at 170 pounds where Walker Peter is trailing at this time 4-3, but he does have his choice in the third period. Done a nice job of controlling the arms. I'm quite sure he's not going to go on his feet, and I would guess probably down. Looks over at Coach Corkle, who says exactly that. You scored from the bottom for your last points. Let's do it again.
Acevedo's coming out on mat 1 there.
All right, you go ahead and follow that one. Things happen in a hurry with Acevedo.
Both wrestlers fighting to see who can get the takedown.
Oh, he tried a Granby roll, and he went right to his back, did Peter. Working on that bridge. Oh, fall. He did not clear his feet when he'd hit the Granby roll there. Took himself right to his back. So pinfall goes to Cooper Dillon of Chase County. We'll let Jennifer bring you Acevedo.
Yes, Acevedo and Colbert from Gibbons. Colbert got Acevedo. He's able to come out of it. No points yet.
This is that proverbial 4-5 seed again. With Fabian being the 5 seed and Colbert the 4 seed. Not that it matters too much when you're on the same line. They're going to decide that right now. And it looks like Salvador's coming out on 2, so.
Acevedo's got
there we
Colbert's
go.
Leg.
2. You got a whole lot of blue over there, Jennifer.
Yes.
As do I on mat 2. Another Gibbon O'Neill matchup. This one between Salvador Rodriguez Jr. at 28 and 14 versus Aiden Middleswart from Gibbon at 18-14, a freshman. Little leftover from the last match will get cleaned up. Oh, we even get Coach Hafer down there.
Acevedo got Colbert down, just out of bounds. Gonna restart with Colbert on the bottom, Acevedo on top. Working on getting him rolled over to his back.
Acevedo's long.
legs.
He can throw those legs in from anywhere. Rodriguez and Middleswart in the middle mat, number 2. As we have teammates locked up on mat number 1 that Jennifer's bringing you.
Yep, Colbert starting in the down position, period 2. See if Acevedo can get him down, and
he throws those legs in, bails him out. Nice shrug by Rodriguez as he bumps that right arm of his opponent.
Acevedo working on holding him, wearing him down.
Gets in some trouble. To take down Rodriguez. As Acevedo gives up 2. Locked up at 2-2 on mat 1, and Rodriguez up 2-0, pitching the shutout on mat number 2. Up on top is Rodriguez. He feels a turn coming. Reaches underneath. There's the exposure. Can he lock it into a pin hold? Out on his toes. Far elbow up. Nice job, Rodriguez, being on his own toes. There's your fall. Eagle moving on. Nice job, Mr. Rodriguez. 5 seed, pins 4 seed. Moving to the semifinals. Actually, that was 3/6 as I look at my bracket closer. 3/6. Good job, Mr. Rodriguez. There's a scramble situation. Eagle's got him on his back. Can he put the landing gear down and finish it? Oh.
Colbert turns at the last second there. Acevedo got the points. 7-2. Acevedo would really like the pin, but he's just working on trying to wear him down. That ends period 2.
Just needs to stay off his back. Coach is telling him to keep moving, keep moving.
Acevedo will go into bottom position.
See if he can come out from underneath there. Used to tell my kids that's no place to camp out. Next thing you know, you'll be looking up. Get to your feet.
Acevedo able to get his arms out.
There he goes.
Working on his feet.
Watch himself. Put your hips down. There you go.
He's holding him. Trying to get the pin.
Work that arm out. Don't watch the roll through. The only thing that beats him is going to his back.
Oh, down. Will he get it?
There's a throw. He just well finished with a pin now.
There.
Got her done. Back-to-back pins by the Eagles. I'm going to check that team score because I'm thinking the Eagles maybe moved up here. Not keeping track of Valentine, but I don't know if those last two would have been recorded. Current team scores 59.5 for Valentine. O'Neill 50.5. They're stretching out a little bit. Gordon-Rushville at 42, and then back at 35 is Kearney Catholic. So I would guess that those last couple pins for the Eagles are not in there yet, so that should move them up. But we're going to take a bit of a break here. You guys can continue watching action, but we're done with the Eagles, and you guys can see the action that we need as we take a little bit of a break. We'll come back with one quick round, and that'll be it for day number 1 in the books at the C-4 district here at the O'Neill area. Thank you for joining us. We will have a match with O'Neill Shabram coming up here at heavyweight. He is on deck. Actually, he's getting close to going to the mat.
Yep, mat number 2 here.
Looks like Gibbon wrestler. You see the Buffaloes out there. We'll let it clear and catch up. See Shabram go center mat there.
Bertrand putting on the red band there, both boys in blue.
Tucker Shabram versus Daniel Yepez. Sophomore for Shabram, senior for Yepez. Gibbon is 26-13. Yepez comes in as the 4 seed. These are actually 4-5 seeds. So again, that important match to get through. Typical heavyweights getting to know each other with the head and hand control and bumping heads a bit. Throw by there attempt by Shabram. Top seed at this weight is Rice from Ord, coming in at 32-2. And he is ranked 4th in the state. Mitchell Wrestler has Danielle Thomas, who is ranked 10th at this weight. And he is this 3rd seed. See if I miss Valentine. He is not seated. I'm sorry, he is not ranked. Valentine wrestler is seated second, but not ranked in the state. Still in the get to know you stage on mat number 2. Appreciate the referee stopping him there. He sees those big guys and that little bitty mat guy, little young man, not wanting to get squashed. We talked last week about the heavyweight being more cautious, but if they go to their back, it's very difficult for them to come off their backs. They just cannot afford to make a mistake, knowing that you're going to have 280 or 90 pounds on your chest. So they're oftentimes more cautious, and you see 3-2 and 2-1 scores. Shabram gets set from the bottom. The referee adjusts his position a little bit. Hands have to be in front of the line and behind the line. Does a good job of getting to his feet and turning in for 1. Valentine with a pin over on mat number 3.
Said earlier when they started things, we have 161 wrestlers. Should end it with at least 56 state qualifiers. 17 of these gentlemen are rated in the state.
Yeah, we brought you a few of those, but great to see out here and great competition, as you know you're going to get throughout the state of Nebraska in wrestling. Interesting point there. There are 32 current states that have girls wrestling that is sanctioned. Now, believe it or not, Iowa, which is very well known for wrestling, theirs is not sanctioned yet. So it doesn't mean they don't have it, but it's a separate club or it's a separate entity on how it's run. Just like just like Nebraska had last year, they had a state tournament for girls, but it was not governed or controlled by the NSA. So 32 of the 50 states have it governed by their states, and lots others have it. And it won't surprise you that that's in the Midwest and to the West where most of those schools have the girls wrestling. So, yeah, definitely. I read an article recently. It is growing faster than even what they anticipated.
It's great seeing all the girls that join the O'Neill team itself and getting all that extra effort out there. And
hopefully they'll continue to bring some teammates with them, and the sport will grow.
See a lot of these young kids really excel when it's an individual sport where it's just up to you and one other person. And
sometimes that can be frustrating, and other times you're like, well, so-and-so won't block to me or they won't throw me the ball. At least I can control it myself. So there's both sides of that. And, I always tell kids that wrestling is life. There's days on the job and days on the marriage and things like that where you just aren't feeling it and things aren't going great, but you got to pick yourself up by your bootstraps and find a way out. So, speaking of girls wrestling, my daughter Riley Dexter over my shoulder here. One of my fondest memories is of her, as we're knotted up at heavyweight 1-1, is when she was pinning a little boy in club wrestling, and she's got him on his back, and he's got the tears coming down, and I'm getting down there to take a picture, and she just instinctively starts straightening her hair or moving her hair or getting it in the right position for that picture with her other hand. So here she's pinning this young man or young boy with one hand and fixing her hair with the other. That's when I pretty much knew that her days of wrestling were maybe over, but that was before we knew that maybe girls wrestling was going to come around. So
those girls definitely have a different mindset out there when they're wrestling those boys. It's
I always felt at age 5, 6, and 7 they were actually ahead of the boys. I mean, maturity-wise and the coordination and that sort of thing, balance. So, and I never mind my own girls wrestling the boys, but when they got older, I didn't really want them to do that sort of thing. So I'm glad to see that they've got their own sport right now. And you're wondering why we're throwing all this out there, because it's 1-1 in the heavyweight division, and there's really not much going on between these two. So we'll see if Shabram can find a way to get a takedown, and They're just very evenly matched. And like I mentioned earlier, do not want to make a mistake.
They got about 30 seconds left here in the third, and they're both trying to just get another point in there.
You're saying, what happens if we don't get something settled here in the last 22 seconds? Well, we go to overtime, where they'll start on their feet just like they are here and probably not get much done. I can also tell you, though, they're getting very sweaty out there, and it's slick and hard to hang on to and hard to get grips, so that makes a difference too. Down to 7 seconds. We'll immediately go into overtime. If we don't get it done there, we'll have to go to the sudden victory overtime, as they call it. Oh, possible takedown there. And that is it for the time. We're headed to overtime, as not surprisingly, 1-1 is our score between the two big guys. Referee checks the score table, gets them set, and we're right back where we were. We'll see if anybody can get a score or not. Working for head control here. Head and hand control. Again, very difficult for these big guys to get that done, and not really wanting to take a chance with only 30 seconds remaining that they make a mistake and go down. There's a chance. Shaburn's underneath. Can he get him snapped down? Out of bounds they go. Did a good job there getting over top of his opponent's head and trying to get him down to the mat where he could spin behind, but just wasn't able to finish it off. 19 seconds remaining, and we're heading into overtime. I should say sudden victory overtime. 6 seconds. Now they'll flip the coin, and when they flip the coin, the winner of that will decide if he goes up or down. And the coin toss goes to Shabram. He defers, so his opponent says, I want to take down. Same thing here. If we can find a score in this sudden victory overtime, that's what we're after. Get set from the bottom. Top comes on. We're still at a 1-1 score. Roll coming. Scramble. Got to get to his feet. Shabram does. Get his hips back. Nose change. No change. That was huge. Watching Corkle on the side, he knows how big that was because he was out for one. Now looking for a turn. Back point's coming. Can he get the fall? There it is. Shabram comes through.
Wild.
Great match. Great match. Let's go ahead and show you the side there. Those coaches are pretty excited about it as well. He went from one escape to where he was going to fall behind to coming out the back door, securing the top position, but then as if his opponent caught his breath a little bit, he went right to his back and the pin happened in a hurry. So we saw not much action for about 7 minutes. We saw a whole lot of action in the last 15 seconds. So great win for the Eagles. With that, we're going to take a break here. There is one final match going on that you can watch, but we're going to take a break and catch our breath and bring you back one final round here for the evening at the C-4 District at O'Neill, Nebraska. Welcome back to Eagle Eye on Air. We're here in the area at O'Neill, Nebraska, bringing you the C-4 district action. And we are in the final round of this evening. It'll be all consolations, so we'll go fairly quickly at 1 minute first periods and then 2-2. We'll finish off this round and then take a break for the evening. We mentioned earlier that we'll come back tomorrow, open the doors at 9 o'clock a.m., and then start wrestling at 10 a.m. So that's what you can look forward to. We are on 3 mats right now. We'll break that down to 2 mats tomorrow, as obviously we'll have some kids that have been beaten out, and less participants means it'll go a little bit faster. And there is a rule that you cannot go any. Each wrestler has to have 45-minute break. So with that in mind, we'll go with 2 rounds tomorrow. And I believe Cole Hilker will be here bringing you that, along with possibly Jennifer. Jennifer's helping us out tonight. I am Kevin Young, and we appreciate you joining us here from the area. We've seen lots of great matches so far. Eagles finished off that last round with a couple pins, one being in overtime of the heavyweight round, with Shabram getting that done. And so we will get ready for action here in this final round of district competition of the C4 here in O'Neill, Nebraska. First match we will do, it will be Braden Romesser, who is a sophomore at 3-6 for O'Neill, and he'll be up against Carter Horner, who is 9-25, and that gentleman is from Loomis, Bertrand. So again, if you're out there listening in, watching us, we appreciate that. Give us a shout out and let us know who you're cheering for, where you're from. We'd sure love to hear you. Great setup, as we talked about before, in O'Neill right here. Seeing the wrestlers take their leg bands and get those on. Mat number 1 and 2, 3 coming up. That's where Mr. Romesser will be at for the Eagles. Mentioned earlier, not just wrestling going on here, but the Ord Chanticleers are in town and played 4 games, 2 JV and a couple varsities going on. So very busy place here in your Irish capital of northeast Nebraska, O'Neill, Nebraska. As Brandon gets set with the red color. This is an elimination round, so anyone that loses here will be out of the tournament. Shot in by his opponent to a single leg. He lifts it up, steps in for 2. 2 takedown for Horner of Loomis, Bertrand. Quickly up on that head as he's working the half Nelson. He's getting a turn already. Official's getting the count. A little bit high as he's got his belly on him. See if Brandon can fight that off. And he comes back over, gives up 2 near fall to make that 4-0. And quickly his opponent puts on a cradle and takes him over. No, breaks that cradle. So 4-0 is our score. We're at 113 pounds, consolation match. Some of the brackets will only maybe have 1 match in them, so we'll move through this round pretty quickly. There's the towel tap, and we'll go to period 2. Choice goes to red. He says he's going to go down, see if he can't score from that bottom position. Or rather, he wants his opponent in the bottom position. So Brandon will take the top. Referee's going to break him. Caution red. He wants his head up over top of his shoulders rather than off to the side. There's a Granby roll into a headlock, which is not good for the Eagles. He's got him on center mat with a whole lot of time. See if he can break that grip, and he cannot. So the match and the season will end for Brandon at 113 pounds, and Carter Horner will move on for Loomis, Bertrand. Very quick, he hit that Granby roll and went right into a headlock, was able to finish the headlock. And out there in center mat, there just was not a lot of wiggle to it. So we'll see where else we're headed for here. Looks like see no more Eagles coming up at this point. And actually, if you don't see your team up here as much, that's actually a good sign. That means you're probably in the championship brackets. I wanted to check some team scores for you. You can see the action there on the 3 mats. and the scores up above. Mr. Peterson and his crew has done a great job of setting this up for you. You really don't even need myself getting in your way. You can do it on your own and just see what's happening. We check out those team scores, and Valentine's jumped out to 71.5 points. O'Neill over their shoulders at 54.5, and then back third is Gordon-Rushville at 42, Amherst 39, and Kearney Catholic and Ord rounding it out, top 6 at 35.5 and 32. So those are your top 6 teams at this time. A little bit, when you look at a district competition versus the state competition, it can be a little bit misleading. O'Neill will tell you they feel like they can outscore Valentine at the state tournament, but they may not have the depth to beat them here. And you ask the question, well, how can that be? The tougher the tournament it is, that's where O'Neill feels like they can score more points. So the 5th and the 6th and the 7th and the 8th are going to add up here point-wise for Valentine Badgers, but O'Neill may not have the depth. We'll see how it turns out next week. Obviously, that'll be decided down in Omaha. But I know that's a tournament that David City Aquinas is probably the favorite, easily the favorite. They just came off of winning the duels in Class C, and they'll have a tough team down there. I know I talked to Coach Corkle about them earlier. Their head coach is Roy Emery, who is a Creighton alumni. Randy Clement would have been his head coach and someone I knew growing up down the road. But he's got a great team there with Aquinas, and O'Neill will have their hands full trying to catch them. But we'll just see how things work out. They have several top-seeded wrestlers do the Eagles, and you got to get yourself in position down at state by being district champs and district runners-up and that sort of thing here. The way it works down at state is if you win your district, you're going to go against another district's number 4 seed. So there is some real incentive to winning your district and coming out as a champ. But that'll all get decided in the various districts across the state tomorrow. We'll let you catch up with action here. We'll go back to mat number 3 as Ty Greenland from Arcadia Loup is your red ankle band versus Wyatt Sauer. He is a freshman from Mitchell. And right now, Greenland's out on top, 2-0. He comes in at 13-12. He's got his opponent quickly on his back. See if he can get some points out of Sauer. He gets 2 of them. So out to a 4-0 lead. We'll let Jennifer watch and see if we got any Eagles coming up to grab onto.
Don't see any right now. Mat 1, they're working on finishing up that weight class of 113 Constellations. And you see on mat 2 and mat 3 here, looks like 120.
And we're through period number 1 at 120 pounds with Greenland out on top. 4-0 is the score. Mat 2 will have, looks like, Reyes and Pyle coming out. That menu down below can keep you current on all those. The first up in the green is who's up there wrestling. The yellow is the on-deck wrestler. And then the gray would be the in-the-hole or next up wrestler, if you would. We have a reversal on mat number 3. Pinfall count and possible pin situation. Pretty tight cradle. He settles it in. There's your fall. So he gets it done. He was behind 4-0, and Wyatt Sauer made it count as he turned him over and got the pin. Oh.
Mat 1 finished up with Baker taking the pin on Forrest.
You know, I'm going to take that back. I believe that was Ty Greenland. Ty Greenland. They both were in black and red, but it looks like Ty got the win on that one. So I'm going to jump over to mat number 1 as we start off here at 120 pounds. I'll wait for that to come up and load up for you. Looks to be Nathaniel Nelson of the Huskies and Luke Weatherington of Mitchell. And Weatherington's out front at 2-0. This is at 120 pounds on mat number 1. Very quick action here. With 3 mats going. With the breakdown of just 2 tomorrow, I'm sure they'll work through with 2 officials, having one as a main official, and then they'll have an assistant mat official to ask questions to or concur with, basically. So that helps out a lot and doesn't put it all on the shoulders of just one individual. Period number 1 ends 2-0 for Wetherington. Luke Wetherington from Mitchell. Looks like the trainer's taking a look here at Nelson. Might be some blood out there as the mat boys go out there in their bright yellow shirts. Got that taken care of. Choice goes to Nelson. He defers. And Luke once down for period number 2. Leading on the scoreboard 2-0. Daniel chooses to ride that right side. He's got an arm back. See if he can bring it to the side or possibly behind the back. Good job of getting up to his base. Luke's in that referee's position. Bull's tail being used by Nathaniel. Likes that head in the armpit shoulder area to try to flatten him out with. He's not being able to bring it back though. There he flattens him out. Hooks it this time. Chicken wing or a hook. He's going to try to walk that around for some back points. Might get a count here if he can walk it. He's going to have to get his chest up on top when he turns. There it is. And there's the chest up on top. Now see if he can put him away, if he can bury it. Luke was able to get his legs hooked. Lots of time, but Nelson's a little high with his half. Now probably needs to spin behind. There is pretty tight. Can he finish this one? That elbow, if he can walk that towards the referee. At the arm. There's the walkout I was looking for, and the pin. He had the leverage out there. Nice start for Mr. Nelson. He was behind on the scoreboard, but made it count when he turned him with a pin. Second period, 41 seconds remaining to Nathaniel Nelson of the Huskies. That'll move him on the consolation round at 120 pounds. You can see we're already up to 132 pounds in this consolation bracket, so it's going to move in a hurry. We'll see what mat 1 brings to us. 120, Nathaniel Cook versus Trevor Schroeder. And that's Schroeder with the takedown and back points coming. Very unorthodox. He's got him caught for back points, but his shoulder, there the leg scooted out. That leg was underneath the shoulders. He's holding him there with his legs basically, Jennifer. I'm not sure I've seen that too often, but
it worked out for him.
It worked out for Trevor, is exactly right. He'll move on in that 120-pound bracket with a pin. Trevor Schroeder. Bit of a scramble situation, just caught him and made it count. Lots of pins this round, thus I'm saying it probably will not take us a long time. Moving on in the bracket. And again, I'm not finding any eagles in there, which is a great sign, because this is the Russellback bracket, consolations if you will. We'll go ahead and grab mat number 2 here as I see wrestlers Red Cloud, Blue Hill taking the mat. That looks like 138 pounds. This is a round you don't want to blink in. That's True from Red Cloud, Blue Hill. And he's being opposed by Caden Reeves. Arcadia Loup County is ALC. Reeves comes in at 20-18. And True comes in at 27-17. So some good winning records out there for the loser or the Russellback side of it, consolations. Choice goes to red. Arcadia Loup gets set from the bottom. He's down 2-0. Nice lift by True. Immediately goes that arm bar in half. Going to switch sides. Reeves is trying to hip him over. Catches him in that cradle. He did a nice job of keeping it legal.
Trying to keep those shoulders down for the pin.
You cannot grab just around the head in a headlock position without the arm, and he didn't have that initially, Jennifer, but he worked it into that, so that was a great job of him being patient. But good job, fight from the bottom. And True comes out of it. Might have gave up a little juice there. It goes into a cradle situation. See if Reeves can lock it up. He's got it hooked. Can he take him over? And he does. Got to bring him back. And True's able to belly out of that. 5-2. Reeves did a nice job going from one pinhole to the next there. He's out on top 5-2. And even though True came out from the bottom, I can tell you that took some juice out of it for him. It definitely wears you down. There he comes up to the top. Nice lift, back to the mat. On that situation, you have to bring your opponent back down to the mat safely. Oh, watch the pin. Ooh, if the official been down there, I think we might have seen a fall, but came through it. Scramble, reversal. We'll let them sort it out. I think it's 2 each way. That is correct. 7-4. We had 2 near fall and then 2 reversal. So we're still at that 3-point deficit as we enter period number 3. And they choose neutral as they get set. That was True's choice for the 3rd period. He's got a throw hooked up. Not able to get it. That was the twister he attempted, but he did get 2 points out of it. Did not get back points, but brings that score to 7-6. That twister was made famous by Kearney High. Coach Miller and his son, I know, were a couple individuals that knew how to teach that. 7-6 is our score on the middle mat. See if True can get him turned or he's going to have to cut him. He's got the inside arm trapped. Now he lets it go. Grapevine on the left side. 53 seconds. See how long the coaches let him work it. Because if he doesn't get him turned, he's going to lose by 1. So at some point, if he doesn't turn him, coaches are going to have him cut him to try to take him down again.
Meanwhile, we got Oliver Schlunz over there on mat 1. Ready to take on his opponent.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and jump over there as Oliver's up. I think that's 138 as well.
That's 152, and Schlunz is taking on, looks like Morris.
152, that is, okay. Your eyes are better than mine are for reading that. Good job. Morris and Schlunz get to know each other on mat number 1. Schlunz advanced last round with a pin in 251. See Channing Ogden come out to the mat number 2, consolation match. There's a shot in on Schlunz. So you can fight it off. Not much time. There's the tap and no points. 0-0, period number 1.
Those Eagle fans that are tuning in, looks like the varsity girls are about ready to take court to start their game. We appreciate all you tuning in and going back and forth between basketball games tonight and wrestling. And
lots of great action in the building tonight. We are in the area and they are in the birdhouse. Quentin Morris from Centura is 24-16 as a junior, up against Schlunz at 15-19. So quality record there.
Morris was able to get a point.
Again, in the consolations, anyone that gets beat from here on out is going to be out of the tournament in the cons. Championship side, those wrestlers are undefeated yet. Still 1-0. Schlunz in a deficit as he gets an underhook on the left. See if he can throw that. There's a nice hip toss to the back. That might be a pin. It is tight. It is tight.
And there it is. Oliver Schlunz got the pin.
Great job. He shot in there, hooked up that neck wrench, brought him over with a hip toss, and when he went down, he was flat, and maybe he took the wind out of him a little bit too. But great pin by Schlunz of O'Neill to move on. Oliver Schlunz with the win to move his record to 16 now and 20. And he just defeated a wrestler that had 24 wins. So nice win there. We're going to bump over here to the middle mat and pick up Mr. Ogden from West Holt, who's out in front 2-0. He's got a possible banana split if he can get some points. He's still too high with it, but if he can keep the arm, and he does. Let's walk that right into what they call a guillotine. There's some points. He moves up on the head. Well, this is certainly back points, but let's see if he can make it into a pin. Scooped the far arm. He lost it, but 3 more. Makes it 5-0. He gets a hook or a chicken wing. Now he's into a thread the needle, or some call it the country boy. This is definitely a pinhold if you can take him over. He's getting back points. There we go. Comes back over. He keeps the hammer lock, which is vital. He got 3 more. Let's make that 8-0. See if he can hip him over. He does with a nice cross face, more back count. These are what the legs can do to you from that top position. 3 more. And he's going from one pinhold to the next. Let's see if he can finish off, though, with a chest-to-chest in a pin. He's at 11-0. That's where he's a little bit high there. Coach wants him to keep him on the mat. He's got 3 more coming. That's going to run that out to 14-0. There's your pin. Great job, Channing Ogden. West Holt, 6 seconds remaining. He was out to a 14-0 lead and got the pinfall. So he'll move on in that bracket at 145 pounds. We'll stay with mat number 2 with Tyler O'Neill from Chase County up against Bo Child from Gordon-Rushville. Gordon-Rushville's in on the first 2 points. He goes right into a barbed wire. He's got that far arm caught. That could be, slid through there, but it's pretty tight. And then the center of the mat. There's your pinfall. And the win to Bo Childs runs that record out to 22 wins and 18 losses. Move on in the 145-pound bracket. That brings us to, I believe, 160 pounds on mat number 2. Wait for it to load up there. Nice shot by Amherst. In for a quick 2. Jacob Graham versus Bryce Smith of Wood River. And Graham is a 31-10 senior. Bryce Smith counters at 2-13 as a senior. Quickly, Amherst has him on his back. Graham looking for the pinfall. We're at 160 pounds in the consolation round. Get done early here. You can go watch some basketball action cross court over here at the birdcage. Pin goes to Graham. Should be some pretty good games. I know the Ord girls are good. I can't say about their boys, but I saw they're maybe a top seed for the girls sub-district. We have Ord's Trent McCain, 20-21 versus Bryce Vitash of Chase County at 27-21. Chase County's looking to turn him on his back and roll through because he was not perpendicular. McLean comes out that other side. Did not tee out, and he isn't yet, but he's making it work. It could go the other way here. There's getting tight. And a fall to McLean of Ord. It's like the Chants have another one coming up. We'll stay right here. So we move up to 170 pounds. This is going to be Meyer of Ord versus Osborne of West Holt. Osborne comes in at 14-18 as a freshman. And Meyer comes in at 21-14 as a junior. We're at 170 pounds, consolation. Junior versus freshman, you mentioned. Gymnasium's clearing out a little bit as some of the parents' wrestlers are not wrestling anymore. Good job, but Grant getting to his feet, trying to stay out of a throw. Myers in underneath there. Grant needs to back out, get his head up. There he goes. Fast moving first period down to 20 seconds. Spin for two is Meyer. Ord's out on top 2-0. Attempt at a switch for Grant. Tries it again. Follow through by Meyer. And that's period number one. Choice to Myers. He defers his choice back to Grant. Up, down, or neutral. As Grant looks to the corner. He's going to go on his feet. Getting some advice there from Coach Schroeder. I want to tip my hat to the officials. When you don't notice the officials, you know they're doing a great job. I was talking, there's a NSA representative here that's checking the officials and that sort of thing. I talked to Daryl earlier, and he said what a good crew they are. And I said, I haven't questioned one call yet. They're just doing a great job. Nice heel pick by Meyer. Grant was not in the best position. Got his heel up there too close. And Meyer picked it for two. Run that score to 4-0. I know Curtis Childers here on mat 2 is a Northeast Nebraska Central individual as an elementary principal at Battle Creek. I can't tell you the rest of them, but again, my opinion, they've been doing a nice job. Daryl Barnes is a retired high school principal from Newman Grove and Boone Central, and longtime wrestling coach from out west, and so now he's in the reins of checking officials. Good to see him. Grant needs to get his hips up here, maybe get out of bounds and get a fresh start. There we go. Come back center mat. Coach Goebel's giving him some advice there. Coach Goebels was a state champion over at Randolph High School back in the day. Caution to the top wrestler. Nice sit out by Grant. Try to keep his hips under him. Good job of scooting. Get his hips up. Now if he can come to his feet, Myers counters. Looking for a cradle. Chops that right arm down. There he's trying to switch. Face him, Grant. Peel the arms. Good lift by Meyer. That was good movement by both wrestlers. Myers just countered it very well. No score, 6-0. Grant's going to have to find something to take him to his back. Myers looks at his coach. He says, I want to take up. So Grant gets set from the bottom. Nice job getting to his feet. But there's that tight waist again.
Coaches reminder, weightings are 8. For fans, doors open at 9 o'clock, wrestling starts at 10. Coaches weighing at 8. Doors open for fans at 9. Wrestling starts at 10 o'clock.
You can hear in the background, weigh-ins at 8. Doors open at 9 and wrestling at 10. I saw some wrestlers out in the hallway doing a little running to drop some more weight yet tonight. They will get one additional pound for tomorrow, so at this point of the year, 170 becomes 172 because you get those 2 pounds for Christmas, and then tomorrow becomes 173. Each additional day is an extra pound. Grant trying for a roll, maybe didn't set it up the way he should have. He's going to put himself on his back. Oh, gave up a couple too. Right idea, but he didn't set that move up. Rolled across his back. All right, out front is Meyer. Here's where you're seeing some fatigue come in. Meyer stronger. upperclassman, a freshman at 170 pounds, taking some lumps. See if he can fight through it. Just 35 seconds remaining. Keep fighting. Meyer got her done. Ord Chanticleer moving on. And the match and season comes to an end for Grant Osborne. Gained some valuable experience that'll help him out down the road. See what we have coming up here in mat number 2. Looks like Cooper Dillon and Creighton Rockefeller. Rockefeller, 30-win wrestler from Gibbon. And Dillon, 4-6 from Chase County. Chase County in the gray and orange. Don't want to speculate, but with only 10 matches, probably was injured or sick, or usually say injured, but with this COVID situation anymore, we're not sure. There's 2 takedown for Rockefeller of Gibbon. Scramble. We're going to go the other way with 2, I think. Not awarded yet. There it is. So 2-2 on center mat. We can't have too many matches left because I know heavyweights, there's only 8 wrestlers, so that reduces the number in the wrestlebacks. 3 near fall goes to Gibbon. Mr. Rockefeller is out to a 6-2 lead. So he gets set from the bottom. Caution to the top wrestler. Second caution. If it happens again, it's going to be a point for his opponent. Up to his feet quickly.
That one there, McDonald was able to take the pin on Edwards.
Mat number 1 that was.
Gibbon fans going back and forth, watching both Mat and Mat 3 cheering their.
Mat 2, they got a possible pin here. So he's caught him in center mat. He's got that leg hooked. Doesn't allow much wiggle with that. Now he's able to get that free. There's your pin. Minute 6 remaining, period number 2. Win goes to Rockefeller. Gibbon moving on in the 170-pound bracket. We'll go to Rand from Hershey and Shires from Kearney Catholic, center mat. That is also at 170 pounds. Last match in the consolations. Shires is from Kearney Catholic, as we mentioned. He comes in with a 16-14 record and gets the first 2 points of the match. And Coulter Rand from Hershey counters at 11-17. Little blood time here. You can see on the clock over there, they run blood time starting at 5 minutes. When the coach gets it stopped bleeding, they stop the time, which it looks like they already did. 4:51. Now he's just got to clean him up. Matt Boyd's got to do their cleanup job, but we don't count that against him once the blood is stopped. So he's at like 4:51, I think. If you bleed for 5 minutes, that's a long time. We hope that doesn't happen, Jennifer.
No, that usually is a sign that we need to take other means.
Exactly. Mr. Peterson's got some special thanks here, Roland. Those that are helping sponsor the district tournament. That's very nice. Say a thank you to your sponsors if you're listening in and you're out and about in their store or see them downtown. Be appreciated, I'm certain. And believe it or not, winter season getting ready to wind down here. Wrestling kicks off the state tournaments next week. Ord with a pin on mat 1. And that'll be followed by swimming and diving. And then girls and boys will be in the same state this year because of Big Ten wrestling coming in to, I want to say the Bob Devaney, but I'm not certain where that's at, but coming into Lincoln, the watching grandson Jenkins from Mitchell from Arizona. Well, welcome. Is your temperature a little warmer than 33 degrees today? I'll bet it was. So glad you can follow along and watch your grandson. Appreciate you shooting us a message, and if anybody else out there is following along and enjoying it, let us know and we'll give you a shout out. Kearney Catholic gets set from the top position. Out on top, 2-0, and that is the end of the period. Let's move to period 2. Levi's grandpa Steve from Mission Vallejo, California. Very good. We're getting the warm states. Yeah, Mission Vallejo.
That's good. We did see a little bit of snow in the area this morning, and didn't last real long, but.
Yeah, we had an awful cold February a year ago, record February as I remember it. Broke a 100-year all-time low, so we're glad we're not in that deep freeze. Of course, this action will be on tomorrow. Those of you want to follow along, tell your friends and relatives, and hopefully they can follow their favorite wrestler here or team. As we mentioned, we've got teams from all over the state, out west and down south, and so we're not too far from that South Dakota border. So if you can't get out and see it live, join us here on Eagle Eye Broadcasting. Possible pin situation there for Shires on mat 2. And he gets it done with a pin over Rand of Hershey. Kearney Catholic moving on in your bracket at 170 pounds. Matt boys out there doing their scrub job. Appreciate everything being cleaned up and sanitary. And I believe this is going to bump us to 182 pounds on the center mat. And it does with Galloway of Amherst and Colbert of Gibbon. Gibbon's been having a run of them here. Have the Buffaloes. As they clean up here, I'll run down through those teams again. Amherst coming to us from down south. Arcadia, Loup City, Centura, Chase County out west, Gibbon, Gordon-Rushville down Highway 20 here, Hershey, Kearney Catholic, Loomis, Bertrand, Mitchell out west, O'Neill being the host here, Ord, Red Cloud, Blue Hill, Valentine on Highway 20, West Holt on Highway 20, and Wood River are your teams in the C-4 district. 4 districts throughout the state will bring 16 wrestlers to state in each weight class. He gets set at 182 pounds here with Mr. Galloway and Colbert. Roman Colbert coming in with 30-6 record, while Ripken Galloway counters at 16-23. Thanks for making this available. Go Red Cloud Warriors. Yeah, shout out West there. The other thing is a lot of these wrestlers have not seen each other, being from the distances that they are. And you're wondering about why the distances. As an AD, I can tell you how that went down. There was a proposal where they tried to bracket these districts out so you didn't have a lot of good teams just in one, and so they had to spread them around a little bit. And I think it has done that, but the counter to that is you have more travel, and you see what we have in front of us here. So while I think it probably evened things out and spread some of the killer districts out a little bit, it also caused these young men and coaches and parents farther travel and whatnot. But that was something that the districts felt were the right thing to do. And I can tell you it's not alone in wrestling. I saw the districts or the teams that are going to be in various districts in football. And I know, for example, Atkinson is going to be traveling out as far west as Gordon-Rushville, as far east as Ponca, and down to Fremont. So in talking with Nick Hostert, they're very similar in O'Neill, other than they have a few more teams with the Norfolk Catholics and Columbus Lakeview and a few of them around here closer in their district. But still, for the first time since, I believe Gary Hostert told me 2014, Atkinson is going to play O'Neill in football next year. So a little bit about more traveling, I guess, going on at this point. And we're certainly a more mobile society. Although the gas prices the way they are, I don't know if that helps the cause. Colbert's out to a 6-0 lead on center mat. Stoppage of the mat. Take care of nosebleed. This is 182-pound action between Colbert and Galloway. And quickly, Colbert's in there on that shot. No takedown yet, as signified by the official. Watching from Mitchell, go Tigers. Thanks for the great coverage of the tournament. You are welcome. Glad to bring it to you. Wasn't all too many years ago with this district. I remember West Holt went out to Mitchell, and I believe we traveled a day early because of the weather, but you guys put on a fine tournament out there. Good facilities and nice town, so return the favor here in O'Neill. We are moving up to the 220s. Is that O'Neill's? We're going to bump over there.
At mat 3.
At mat 3. 220 pounds. But this is one of the Shabram boys, isn't it? Noah Shabram. Coming in at 7-24 for the Eagles. And Lewandowski from Arcadia Loup. Going to look his record up there, as I can't quite read it, with the Pinnacle side. I'll do a little math for you here as I look on the bracket. Lewandowski comes into the tournament at 18-12, where he won one and lost one, so let's make that 19-13 currently against Noah Shabram. We're at 220 pounds. And I believe there'll just be 2 matches at heavyweight as well, so we're going to be done here, wrapped up fairly soon. A lot of pushing and moving there. Get into that fast-moving first period. Just 5 seconds remaining in period number 1 for Noah.
That ends first period, 0-0.
Choice goes to O'Neill. He's talking to the coach. What do you want to do? He's going to go down. Gets set from the bottom. Lewandowski comes on from the top. Again, Arcadia Loup versus the Eagles here. Shabram got his arm hooked there. That's not good. And Lewandowski's going to be able to work it to his back. He's got one leg in, getting the back count. Got those hips in pretty tight, right in the center of the mat. That's not good, looks pretty tight. And there's the pin as Chase Lewandowski will move on in the bracket, 220. And again, Noah Shabram, match and season comes to an end. Some good experience and hopefully coming back next year knowing how to put that to work, and I bet he's probably on the football field as well. Helps the footwork out there and hand-to-hand combat fighting and all those things. Just good for kids to be out for activities. Coach Peterson would say I'd be remiss if I didn't remember that thing called track and field coming up this spring. Just around the corner.
You definitely see a lot of these athletes anymore do multiple sports and anything they can to stay in shape. And
yeah, you can see the statistics everywhere about the multi-sports. The fact that I hope that they'll talk about it in the Super Bowl this weekend, but a lot of those gentlemen, even at that level, were doing lots of things when they were in high school. So it's always good to see them out for lots of activities. And I still got to give Mr. Peterson a bad time about track and field ruining a nice spring season, but I used to be a track coach as well, and you just remember to pack a lot of stuff in your bag. So quick first period here, coming to an end. With Jenkins still in control, it looks like. No change, 2-0 goes to Jackson Jenkins. Well, if you're wanting to come out and watch a little Eagle basketball tonight, I think there's a few more spots in the parking lot for you.
Yes, you see a lot of people coming in and out of the doors, and looks like we're working on our last matches of the night. And meanwhile, our Lady Eagles are taking on Ord.
The Lady Chance. Yeah, we've got the text number up there for you. If you want to text us, tell us where you're cheering from or who you're cheering for. That would be great. Invite you to come on back tomorrow as the tournament continues in day 2. Find out which wrestlers will be sending on to state. Appreciate all those individuals that make this possible as sponsors and working tables, and lots and lots of workers in the building tonight, as you can imagine, with the district wrestling tournament and basketball going on, and just a great facility O'Neill has here to be able to do that. Looks like just 4 more matches coming up here in the upper weights. 153 matches we will have run through since 3 o'clock this afternoon. And we'll have about that tomorrow with some really close ones. Again, action gets started at 10. Those doors will open for you at 9 a.m. Lots of room here in the area, so you're not on top of each other, and we'll take care of you. Come on out and watch a great sport of wrestling. A pin on mat 3. That goes to Jenkins, a freshman from Mitchell. Got her done and moving on in the bracket. Now we've heard from 2 or 3 sets of Mitchell fans. Looks like mat 3 might be done.
Yep, I believe they are done for the night. Mat 2's on its last match, and mat 1 will have 1 more. And shout out to all those that are watching. We do appreciate it. That's one great thing about technology nowadays, is we've been able to watch from afar and cheer everybody on.
Yeah, depending on your connection. We've even had some individuals, I don't think in this tournament, but throughout the year in Eagle Eye broadcasting from overseas and such. So, yeah, appreciate that. As you mentioned, Jennifer, we'd also like to thank the following individuals or businesses that have contributed to the success of the C-4 District Wrestling Tournament. That'd be Avera St. Anthony's Hospital, Baumgars, Mark and Amy Thompson, Leprechaun Athletic Club, the O'Neill Ambassadors, Pinnacle Bank, and Torpin's Rodeo Market. So if you see any of those folks or businesses out there the next week or so, thank them for their coverage.
It's definitely those leprechauns they work really hard at getting those younger kiddos interested in future sports, and a lot of these high school boys and stuff even come out and help them.
It's not just wrestling. There are
football and
lots of young youth activities. Very active group here in O'Neill, and that's where it starts.
And of course, none of this would be possible without all the parents and supporters, and we know you put in a lot of hours and drive time, and it doesn't go unnoticed.
Yeah, for some of you parents out there, particularly you mothers, you may see your young men wanting a second, third, or maybe fourth helping here in the next week or two at the dinner tables. So I'm just forewarning you about that one. Win there, and mat number 2 goes to Gordon-Rushville. Wonder if they'll move a mat or they'll stay with it. We've got Kearney Catholic over there and Centura, I believe. That's Wood River, actually. Robertson and Suka from Kearney Catholic. Suka comes in at 26-12. And Robertson counters as a senior at 8-23. That's the 220-pound match. And our final one of the night as we end period number 1. Let's go ahead and grab that one and finish things up for you here. 2-0 lead for Suka, the senior. Defers choice back to Suka. He wants neutral. Of course, this is really what those mat boys are waiting for. Their chance to get out there on the mat. Plus a better chance that they could get something, a stain or something on that shirt that mom would have to deal with, right?
Yes.
Shot in by Roberson is countered with a nice sprawl by Suka. He covers, puts the legs in. Grapevine. Mentioned earlier, controlling those hips is so key. See Jesse Moore coming across the mat. Did a great job of announcing today. One of many volunteers out there keeping this tournament going. Suka's got his hips kind of low there. There he comes back up on top as Robertson tries to pull him off. Just a few minutes before 7, so good early evening, and hopefully some of the restaurants in town will start to see some of these folks if they haven't already. O'Neill did host a district, I believe it might have been back in 2015 in the other gym, the older gym, Birdcage they call it, and I can tell you people were really on top of each other. This is just a nice area to spread out in, and lots of room, and just a great, great facility to show off, if you will. See Nick Hostard over there, who's the activities director. He lined up so many of the workers here tonight for the basketball game and all. Ends period number 2 at 4-0. So we finish things up. We're at 220 pounds. Shuka on top again. Kearney Catholic got the turn. Can he get a pin? A little bit high, but now he's got the arm trapped in the middle of the mat. That might do it. There's your pinfall. The minute 38 remaining in period number 3. And the win goes to Shuka of Kearney Catholic over Robertson of Wood River. Again, we thank you for joining us, and Eagle Eye Broadcasting will be back on the air tomorrow. Cole Hilker and Michael Peterson and possibly Jennifer will be joining you and giving you some exciting action. So appreciate you joining us tonight. We are in the C-4 district at O'Neill, Nebraska, and we wish you a good evening.